I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
I will. Michael Bowles.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers, are you on the phone?
I am.
Dee McKee. Yep. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fanov.
Here.
And Ron Bernier.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay. Is there anything that the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Assemblymember McKee, I do believe it's AM 26033 on page 6 of the agenda. Is that the one?
Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
26041.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull Action Memorandum 26-041.
Okay. Anything else from anybody else?
Is this only consent agenda or everything?
This is the consent agenda. I'll ask for other changes in a minute. Okay, anything else under consent? Okay, are there any other changes to the agenda? Yes,
I'd like to put OR 26045.
5. Okay,
Are you asking to, if I can, Madam Mayor, are
Sure.
you asking to pull it off the agenda?
Correct.
Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to call for
Hold
a
on,
moment
Madam-
of silence.
Okay.
We need to take care of this, Madam Mayor. See
Oh,
if there's any
okay.
objection. It's a public hearing that's on the agenda.
Okay, and what number?
It's ordinance 26045 regarding weight exemptions, rate restrictions.
Okay,
It's under public hearings.
okay, is there objection to pulling that from the agenda? Yes, okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on pulling ordinance 26045 off the agenda. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Fanoff, McKee, and Bowles in support. Or excuse me, it has failed with Sumner, Bernier, and Gamble opposed.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
And Nowers, thank you. Thank you. It failed. It failed. I just forgot to say Nowers. Sorry, everybody. I will catch up tonight, I promise.
Could you tell us what has been told? Because it's kind of gone back and forth.
Okay, yes, Madam Clerk, would you, Assemblyperson McKee would like to know all of the items that have
Been pulled off the agenda?
Yeah, pulled off the agenda.
AM 26033 was pulled by you from the consent agenda. And AM 26041 was pulled off the consent agenda by Assemblymember Bowles. Everything else on the agenda is the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to call for a moment of silence to reflect on the tragedy in Caswell.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call. Assemblyperson McKee, your light is on, or you, no? Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Assemblyperson Sumner did,
No, no other changes.
okay, thank you. Alrighty, so now the agenda has been approved as we have made the changes to it. And if you'll all rise, and I've asked Assemblyperson Bowles to lead us in the pledge. The flag is over here. Go ahead, sir.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So there are no meeting minutes that are been presented. We do have some agency reports. Let's see. Have anybody from the cities? I don't see anybody. School district. Okay, don't see anybody. And the Todd had already told me earlier today that he's in doing a test for his certification for the fire service area where he has to run, I think it is 3 miles, and so length of time was a 45-pound pack. And I told him I think he'd have more fun if you'd come with us, but he wants to be a fireman, so we will let him do that. And we do have a report from our Mat-Su-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. Yeah, come up, and you'll have to turn the mic on.
And just let me know when you're ready for the slides.
Yeah, you can go ahead and put. Wow. Okay. I was hoping they might be a little bit larger, but I'll just kind of talk you through that a little bit. So, as you know, the Fish and Wildlife Commission went to the Alaska Board of Fisheries in March in Anchorage, and we got some really significant changes. Some of the most significant changes we've ever seen was partially predicated on the coho returns to the Little Sioux and the Dashka River had failed to make goal for the last 3 years. And if they fail to make goal, either one of them fails to make goal this year, it would be considered a stock of concern, of management concern, which is the second highest level. But if you look at that, the slide over here, you can see the big arrow, which is what we're calling the conservation corridor. And in the past, that conservation corridor, we had a conservation corridor for portions of the season. But what the board did is that arrow now, there's no drift fishing out in that area for the entire season. So, and let me explain that a little bit better. The lower portion, there's kind of the arrow's gray, but then there's also some light gray around it. That's the federal exclusive economic zone, and there will be commercial fishing in that section there. And that'll be twice a week until until July 9th, from June 19th till July 9th. That'll be twice a week down there in the federal waters. Then it goes to once a week. They'll be allowed to fish down there from July 10th through the 31st. And then it goes back to twice a week again, unless they harvest too many coho or king salmon, at which point it could close, that federal waters could close. And so then the drift gillnet fishery will be fishing in that colored section, the light green or bright green, and further up, going right up toward that arrow there. The dark green is the anchor point section, and that has been removed from regulation, so they will not be fishing that. The dark green is primarily saving fish going into the lower Kenai Peninsula area. And then the section they'll be fishing, they can fish that section up to 5 days a week. Previously, the Fish and Wildlife Commission had advocated for that conservation corridor, and our thought was that that would be adequate to protect northern Cook Inlet coho in particular. But this year, when the drift fishery was fishing a lot and harvesting a lot, they actually caught more coho in that section closer to the Kenai River. And so what the board did with that is they said, okay, the drift fishery is still going to be fishing there, but there'll be 2 days of the week that they will not fish in that section, so that coho that may be in there have an opportunity to pass on north. So that's the second thing they did. And then the third thing they did, there's a regulation when they, it used to be called a 1% rule. When the drift gillnet fishery caught less than 1% of their season's total of sockeye in August for 2 periods in a row, then they get switched over to the west side of Cook Inlet. And that is now a 3% rule, which will probably put them over on the west side a little bit earlier. The west side, you can see down there by the EEZ on the left there, it's kind of open colored. That's the state waters where they can fish on the west side below the EEZ. And then that's area 4 down there. And area 3 is further up, and it's only within a mile of the shoreline over there. So when they get switched over to the west side, that fishery's not harvesting near so many fish traveling up north. So those are the main changes. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but in 2000 we had the drift fishery fishing something like this maybe, and we had some changes to the Northern District commercial fishery as well. And we had 2 really bad years, and as soon as we went to that change, immediately the next year we saw a lot more fish. So I would expect this year in the Matsu Valley, there won't be just more sockeye. There'll be more coho, or more sockeye, more coho, more pinks, more chums. And this fishery management plan that was changed doesn't start till late July, and there's not much commercial fishing before that, so I wouldn't expect much change with king salmon. So pretty significant change. It'll be interesting to see what the department does. Even in the Northern District, I think the department might manage the fishery a little bit more conservative this year and allow more fish to get up into the rivers, because they're right on the verge of stock of concern for coho salmon, and they're also right on the verge of stock of concern for king salmon. And there's not really too much they can do about king salmon, because the king salmon fisheries have all been closed already. Closed except for maybe the subsistence fisheries, which get a little bit of fishing time, and they don't take much harvest. And then I would talk a little bit about that effort at the Board of Fisheries. We had substantial help from Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. We had help from several different groups: the Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee, the Anchorage Advisory Committee was on board supporting our proposal, Alaska Sport Fishing Association, and it was a pretty big effort. So it was really significant to get that this year, where we could hopefully avoid the stock of concern and a stock of concern action plan. It may still come about. And so this next year, the regular cycle of the Board of Fisheries will be looking at Upper Cook Inlet, and we'll be looking at what do you do with the action plans for stock of concern king salmon. And there's several stocks that qualify, and Deshka and Little Susitna may qualify this year. And then we may be looking at what do you do with the stock of concern action plan for coho. And then in addition, the drift gillnet fishery was not happy with these changes at all. They will still have more opportunity than any other commercial user group to harvest salmon, but they would like to harvest out in the middle more. And so next year, we're more than likely going to see several proposals asking to fish out in the middle more again, and we want to protect that, like to keep that where it is from now on, is what I would say, because when they do fish out in the middle, we just seem to get into problems making escapement up here on a consistent basis. The other thing with next year is certainly we're going to, with that board effort, we're looking for funding to do that too. That's, once every 4 years. And we'll be working with Kenai River Sport Fishing Association, I would assume again. But anyway, that's about what I've got, unless somebody has a question they want to ask me.
Andy, I don't know if you said your name, but would you say your name for the record?
Sorry
please?
about that. I did not say my name. I am Andy Couch. I'm the vice chair of the Mat-Su-Boro Fish and Wildlife Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Bill?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. I just cannot emphasize enough how important it is and how lucky we are to have the experience and the knowledge on our Fish and Wildlife Commission. And Andy, I know you downplay it. You don't like to pat yourself on the back, but you and Pete and Gabe, your presentation in front of the Board of Fish and the changes that were made are a direct reflection on you guys, on your hard work and your preparation and presenting in front of the Board of Fish, the documentation, and partnering with the other organizations in the Cook Inlet to get these changes made. This is a significant change and move in the restoration of fish in the rivers in northern Cook Inlet. And so I just want to thank you. And I know Assemblymember Bowles and myself sit on the commission along with you, but I just am in awe of the knowledge and what you guys bring to the table. Thank you.
So, and I'll just add just a little bit there. I think the mayor's letter to the governor was significant. Got the governor maybe directing that we want to do something to protect these northern bound fish. I think that was very significant. The Commissioner of Fish and Game definitely spoke in favor of some of these changes that occurred. I had originally put in an agenda change request, which was then the proposal, but the changes that were made went further than what the agenda change request asked for, and I think there's a much better chance of making escapements because of that, and of having fisheries in the rivers that are not restricted or closed during the season.
Marty? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
No reports from the Joint Assembly School Board committees. Any public relations reports from the Assembly? No. Mr. Brown, do you have a report?
I have a brief
comment?
report, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted to give a very brief update on the Caswell case. So there was an arrest made today. The dog's owner was arrested today by troopers and has been charged by the state with 26 felony counts of animal cruelty. An investigation and independent review are underway related to the borough's enforcement actions. I currently do not have a timeline for the investigation, and we will share an update as that develops. But we are underway in putting that together and getting that process started. I can say, though, based on what I've seen on social media and in some media outlets, is that not everything that's out there is factual or complete. And so all I'm asking is please give the investigation a chance to run its course. That's the point of doing it. And it will be transparent. We will share our findings publicly. We'll have somebody from the outside come in and take a look at it. But it does take a little bit of time to develop that. It's not going to take months, but it does take some time. So I understand patience, is difficult to ask for when people are feeling supercharged about a topic. And I also wanted to say something, our animal care team cares deeply about animals and work every day with compassion and dedication. And I think that's been proven out year over year. If you look at our numbers and the rates, the intakes, the adoptions, the partnerships with the rescue, I could go on and on. Lots of data to support that we have a very effective mechanism in place. We will certainly be willing to look at and talk about any shortfalls that are perceived today or may have been realized in this case. But what I would ask folks is to please be civil. The cruelty done to these dogs does not justify mistreating others. And you don't have to look at social media for long to see some of the things that have been said, the phone calls, the emails, the voicemails. One wrong does not justify another. And so with that, I would just ask for a little bit of time to walk that out. And I want to say thank you to the state troopers and thank you to the DA's office for moving swiftly to make the arrest. And we'll see where that runs its course in the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, report. Okay, Madam Clerk, report.
Clerk's report is in your red folder with the upcoming meetings, along with the agendas for the next 3 budget public hearings. The first budget public hearing is in Willow this Thursday at 6 p.m. And also there was discussion about having a transit discussion, and we weren't able to make that happen any earlier, but we are looking at possibly adding it to the 4/28 next Tuesday's budget public hearing, should the assembly want to have a transit discussion as the second item on that agenda.
Any input? I see some heads yes and a couple heads yes. Okay. Okay.
That's it, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Assembly person hours, can't see your head, but do you have some comment?
No, that would be fine.
Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk, thank you. And the next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence from the assembly? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record, please?
I will. IM 26077, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on a grant application for submission to the Rasmussen Foundation for the Matanuska River Park and Campground. And IM 26078, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on a memorandum of agreement regarding the Talkeetna Village Airstrip revetment reconstruction.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then they are presented. The next item is audience participation. Our standard procedure here is that we ask everyone to be respectful of others who are testifying. We do have a sign-up sheet, and I will go to those people first, and then we will open it up to anyone else that would like to address the assembly. The audience participation is open on any subject. It does not have to be a subject that's on the agenda. And then we will go to the people that are online. Okay, so Kathleen Frederick. And then Butch, you're next after that. And then Holly Thorson, you're after that.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Frederick. I'm here to talk about animal control. I am an attorney and a retired judge, and I'd like to make several points. Number one, I believe that Animal Control Officer Dickinson should be terminated for his dereliction of duty, gross negligence.
Point of order.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is an ongoing investigation and look into this by the borough, and I don't think it's appropriate to accuse anybody without evidence or make an or call for somebody's firing without an investigation being completed.
Well, I have done an investigation, talked to a number of people who have told me that there were false statements made to them.
Again, point of order.
So, Mr. Attorney, do you have comment? No. Okay.
Going on, Point 2, the borough should review the emails and texts of Officer Dickinson to determine whether there was some type of relationship or friendship between him and Misty Raber. If that is found, then he would be subject to criminal misconduct and office charges under AS 1156-850. There's something not right here. Multiple complaints from 10 or more individuals were made about these dogs, and he told various people things like Misty had a hard year. He was giving Misty the benefit of the doubt. The complainants were harassing her. He rejected a copy of an email from Misty telling a friend she had moved to Talkeetna, claiming it was hearsay. And I would note that since Misty had a kennel license under the borough code, she was required to be living at the kennel or have someone else living there. Yet, apparently, there wasn't a citation for her failure to do that. 3, the borough should investigate what Officer Dickinson's supervisor knew about the situation and why that person took no action. I have also been told by others that the borough does not keep records of calls to animal control about complaints. I do not know if this is correct, but several people who have had experience have told me that is the case. If so, the practice needs to change immediately, as it makes it way too easy for enforcement to claim they knew nothing about this and to point to the lack of records in support of that. The numerous mushers from Talkeetna who called animal control repeatedly about the situation at the home of this animal hoarder in Caswell deserve better than to be told statements that were not true by animal control. And certainly I think we'd all agree the dogs deserve better. The death of 25 dogs by starvation and the starvation of Woody was completely avoidable had animal control, in my view, properly investigated and took appropriate action. 7, and my last point is I want the borough and the public to know that Mark Walker, the kennel owner, who has not yet been charged, has abused dogs in the past, and he was fired from at least one kennel for beating a dog, and he has been fired from a number of other kennels with regard to animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Butch? Oh, I was calling the next person, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, and Borough staff, my name is Butch Moore. I'm not here about my tax assessment tonight. I'm here about how I was treated by a borough staff member. Those of you who know me know the work that my family and I have done over the last almost 12 years now to prevent domestic violence and assault. I had cause to believe the way I was treated and just the demeanor, there was a problem. I went to court view, then I went to the courthouse. 2024, criminal DUI. In the file, it says defendant struck a parked car and caused it to collide with another parked vehicle. Defendant's vehicle struck the Wingstop building after striking the first vehicle. Had a Washington driver's license. Borough code requires them at that time to have Alaska driver's license. So I went to Washington. They don't have court view. They have something different. Another DUI down there. Sentenced to 364 days in jail. Before that, criminal domestic violence, 2 counts of assault in the 4th degree, recklessly caused physical injury to another person, harassment, disorderly conduct, and criminal mischief. Prior to that, criminal DUI. Again, that's 3. Alaska DV protective order, filed by then prior wife. She says, this is the 4th restraining order against this man. Lost his job in the Air Force because of domestic violence assault. I called the cops and how I ruined his life and his career after the incident. Air Force gave him 1 year and kicked him out. I can't read all of these. We don't have enough time. But the mayor and the assembly is the boss of the manager. The manager is the boss of the finance director, and the finance director is the boss of the tax assessor. How this guy made it through the borough code, and I got the borough employee manual, talks about eligibility, background checks, criminal history. The tax assessor has the most power of all of us in this borough over our checkbook. I took my appraisal in with Manager Mike Brown and the assessor, gave it to the assessor and said, if you could take a look at this. He said, I'm not looking at that. He threw it back at me. State and borough code say if I bring and further documentation, like an appraisal, they'll look at it and make necessary adjustments. I got an email back after Mike urged him to take a look at it. And he said, we'll see you at the Board of Equalization. So I'll be there tomorrow. I'm sure it'll turn out very well. I just think we all deserve to be kept safe. And reading this file, I don't know how the borough can, I mean, I don't know the policy manual. I can't judge that, but I could read it. I got a copy for everybody here. This is the file. I had it printed on extra thin paper, so you guys wouldn't have such a big file to take with you. I'll come over here. Okay. There any questions?
No, we can't do questions. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, Miss Mayor.
You know that.
Hopefully this can be addressed as a
thank you.
personnel issue.
Holly Thornton. And then James Skinner is after that, and then Mary, you're after that. No. You're to, no. Dee, give him back to her. She needs to give it to the clerk. Yeah.
What I'm going to say too. Okay, so my name is Holly Thorson, Thorsin. I'm a local resident. I'm also a longtime foster and rescuer to retired Alaska sled dogs. We are here this evening to demand justice for the 25 dogs who were starved and frozen to death on chains in Caswell Lakes. I'm outraged, and so are so many Alaskans. Sled dogs, husky mixes, although tough, they're not machines. They're incredibly amazing and sensitive companions with the same basic needs as any dog. Those dogs waited for months on end for the humans who are supposed to care for them, but true help never came. Starting in January, concerned neighbors tried to help with food and straw, and dozens of reports were called in and or filed. Rescue groups, the one I'm part of, were ready and willing to accept these dogs for foster and rehoming as early as February. Officer Dickinson told these Good Samaritans, and this isn't hearsay, to stand down repeatedly and assured them that he wouldn't let the dogs starve. Most of them even trusted that animal control was doing their damn job of advocating for the animals, which is their most basic responsibility. He was their only lifeline at that point, except that he never followed through. Case was closed in February. Neighbors were told to stop calling because he had it under control, and the dogs died of starvation in March or April. This could have had a very different ending had Officer Dickinson not dropped the ball in the worst way possible. His incredibly terrible judgment makes him complicit in this tragedy. This has been an epic failure on the part of Mat-Su Animal Control. In this case, they were actually a serious impediment to the dogs and their safety, and it's inexcusable. Animal Control actively interfered in keeping these dogs safe. And the direct perpetrators, Mark Walker, abandoned his 26 dogs in January. Co-owner Misty Rader then willfully, almost intentionally starved them to death in cahoots with her new boyfriend, Chad Smith. Each of these three people needs to be charged with 25 Class C felonies, in my opinion, for animal cruelty. We demand consequences for the people responsible, and also an independent, which you've said you're going to do, not an internal review of animal control. We want to know how this system failed these dogs so miserably. While property laws are prioritized over the care of sentient beings, we have lost our soul. This is a stain on the spirit of dog mushing, on the Mat-Su borough, on the state of Alaska as a whole, and by extension, each and every one of us. And I just want to bring up one final note. I live out in Kinnick. The guy who starved all those animals in the privacy of his garage last winter, no one's followed up. I mean, the follow-up and the concern is a major, major problem. He could be getting them again. His trial isn't until June 1st. So I just want to say, please follow up. You know, the animals rely on you, and this community demands justice, and we demand accountability for those poor dogs.
James Skinner. James Skinner. Is there a James Skinner? Okay.
My name is James Skinner, Skinner. I want to say thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. I'm here speaking on regards of Road Act RSA 15 road maintenance that we have not received. Airstrip has a grader that goes down Casual Lakes Road to Hidden Hills to the highway, the parks. 3 times a week. Amundsen is right there, and they make a right turn and make a left turn, go to Amundsen. We get no service. Why? We pay taxes. Airline or Skyline, they paid some taxes. They might be a big multi-million-dollar outfit. But they shouldn't get their roads clear. Ours look like a snow machine trail. Now, I've sat up there where you people sit, and I know the problems and responsibilities you have. And by the way, you can delegate authority, but you can't delegate responsibility. You're the representatives of the citizens of this borough. And I'll tell you why I'm here. I followed your protocol. I called and talked with the people on the hotline. When I got a hold of the gentleman, he had more excuses than a porcupine has quills, and he did nothing. I'm 90 years old. I've worked in this borough as a volunteer. Can't be out of time yet. I need a little more time, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
I'm not here
So I'll
to
give
love,
him another
to lay
minute or two.
blame anybody. 40 years in the military taught me you can't, blaming don't fix a thing. But bringing things to the attention of the people who have the responsibility, not you. You give the authority to the manager and the other people down the line to do the job. That's not being done. If there is no teeth to bite and they don't do the job don't get done right. And I've watched them taking Amundsen, the best borough road. I've been there 30 years. We had, and plowed into the ditches, then moved the ditches. Now the ditches are against the banks, and there's no place for the water to go, or the snow to be removed too. But it would help if they would have gone and pushed the dumb snow off the road where you're not ice skating through the slush, hoping you don't run into somebody. That could be fixed.
Can you wrap it up? Sure, please.
And the one other item.
Okay.
Whoever set up the mailboxes there on Caswell Lakes for Amundsen ought to think of a minute or two. They got them 100 feet up the road, and everybody in the 21 mailboxes have to come up here, get their mail, make a U-turn in the middle of the road, a big curve here, and you can't see here. You're just looking for an accident of somebody getting hurt. That should be moved and put back on Amundsen. Then only one person has to make a U-turn, and that'll be the mail lady. And she can go down and come in and do that. Or if it's a mail, might be a mailman. Don't know anymore. But one other, when you come out of Amundsen onto Castle Lakes, that apron there, this wide. You gotta go pull straight out to make a left or a right turn. Or you're in the gravel or in a ditch. Whoever designed that wasn't thinking. That apron should be way this way and this way. So you can come out and make a turn.
Can you wrap it up, sir, please?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor and the Assembly members, that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
And I trust you to take it and do something about it, because you're the farthest I can go. I called everybody up the line and left a message for the mayor and a message for the borough manager, and never got no calls back. So you're the next on my list. I went to the top of the feed chain and responsibility, and that's you people.
Okay,
So
thank
you take my request? No, it's not a demand. It's doing what you're getting paid to do. Or you might not get paid, but for the people you represent. And that's what I'm concerned with, is the people, that we get what we're paid for. I go buy a loaf
Okay,
of bread.
sir.
I don't want a half a loaf.
Please
I want
wrap
the
it
whole
up,
loaf.
sir. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary? Mary? Okay, all right. Brooke, what would you say that is? Redison? Brooke Redison? REDDSN Brooke. Okay, we'll go ahead and then we'll come back. John?
Is there a name? That guy's name?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Manager Brown. My name is John Miller. I'm here representing the North Lakes Community Council. The North Lakes Community Council urgently and aggressively supports the creation of the Borough Park at Wolf Lake. We want to thank the Borough Assembly and staff for their work exploring the purchase of property from the state, and we are happy to see it on the consent agenda. We provided our ideas and conducted a survey showing the overwhelming support of the community for this park, and we look forward to working with you on the design and so forth of this park. I want to thank Assemblyman Fonoff for sponsoring this bill. It's got a lot of community support. It's very, very important to our community. With the growing population and neighborhoods in the area, this opportunity is very, very important, because there's a very lack of recreation places where people can go have picnics and enjoy the park. We also are working with the borough staff to nominate a CIP project for improving the existing borough-owned park access at Cottonwood Lake, which is another good place for people to be able to access the lakes. Wolf Lake Park, the existing park, which is still a park, which has been a park since 1970 when it was donated by the Cotulas as a park, is being used as a park. However, access is very, very limited. They keep blocking the accesses. The state has basically abandoned the park, and it's in terrible disarray. People would like to use the park, and they do use the park, but it's very challenging. You can't get your boats out there. There's no really good way to know who's out at the lake. So a lot of people with children are a little bit leery about going out there. But a great improvement to that park, there's a tremendous possibilities for that place to make it a really, really nice community park. And I just want to applaud the Assembly for looking at this and pursuing the purchase of this property so that we can have a great, great park in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Father Randy?
Good evening, Mayor Edner, DePreez, Matthew Borough Manager Mike Brown, and Assembly members. My name is Father Randy Hohen. I am speaking for myself, my children, and my grandchildren. I am not speaking for my churches, nor the Matsu Borough Parks, Recreation, and Trails Board. Thank you, Dimitri Fonat, for putting this on the agenda. Deeply appreciate that. I don't get out much anymore, but having a Matsu Borough Community Park is very important to me, my kids, and my grandkids. I can't remember when the park was at Wolf Lake was part of the state park. Went there. Did you know that back in the Alaska Fishing Game stocked the lake since 1990 with silvers and lake trout? Rainbow trout, be specific. But however, last May, they only stocked the Wolf Lake with rainbow trout. If you can remember back in the day, when you took your child or grandchild out to go fishing for the first time, your trip was basically a very close place, a lake. Kids don't float. Do you remember the joy of their child catching their first fish, even though it might be a large minnow? It's life-changing for them. Now they all catch fish better than I do. I look forward to fishing there with my kids, my grandkids, and with the help of the improvement of Wolf Lake to be a community park. And thank you for looking into this. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Karen? And then Linda, you're next after that, and Dawson, you're after that. So Karen?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Brown, and Assembly, and Attorney. I saw a really interesting video today, and Lonnie is going to send it to you either through text message or email. I'm not sure which, but it's 5 minutes long, so I couldn't do it, and I don't think you do it anyway. But I'm going to give you pieces of it. It's about data buildings. A recent survey by the my name's Karen Lewis. A recent survey by the Pew Research Center highlighted widespread public concern over the facility's environmental harms, effects on home energy costs, and quality of life of nearby residents. These concerns do seem justified. Experts have found that data centers can spike local electricity prices, generate copious amounts of greenhouse gases, and place a major strain on freshwater resources. Hollingsworth, that's this guy's name if you want to, you'll see him. He had a 4-minute speech, perfectly summarizes why the backlash is starting to reach a tipping point as more politicians are calling for a moratorium on new construction. These facilities can use millions of gallons of water per day, he said, as seen in a video that went viral over the weekend. We are being asked to drain our reservoirs so a chatbot can write a poem, or so our sheriff can generate a picture of himself standing next to Bigfoot. They want us to trust a $1 trillion industry that tells us, with a straight face, that they can suck 5 million gallons of water out of our ground a day, Hollingsworth argued, to use it as a liquid heat sink and return it to our rivers without a single consequence. Yet, the water does not stay in the loop, he explained, but evaporates into the sky by millions of gallons, while AI companies downplay the amount of forever chemical runoff, which is used to bleed the lines to remove toxic sludge. A big employer who uses the water of 50,000 people, which only hires about 10 people, is not an employer, Hollingsworth said. They are an extraction. He said, I'm not a cynic when it comes to technology, he concluded. I am a believer in community. I believe that a drop of clean water for a child is worth more than 1 billion AI-generated images. Let us choose the child. His powerful speech clearly struck a chord beyond the assembled committee voting for a 1-year moratorium on all new data centers in the area. Yep. There's a little more. At the very end it says, oh, come on. Uh-oh. 1 second. Almost half of U.S. data centers that were supposed to open this year slated to be canceled or delayed. And on the other information, look at page 4. OpenAI, their error rate 75%. Are we going to be storing data about bunches of lies? I mean, what are we doing? Let's pump the brakes a little bit and do a little more research. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Linda?
Hello, my name is Linda Spohn. After reviewing the book Let's Talk About It, can you honestly say that this book is not obscene, pornographic, and a tool to groom minors? Do you believe the people who testified to you, quote, there are no obscene books in our libraries, or who said there is no pornography in our libraries, and some even said these books were good for young adults, unquote? This book is designed to break down the traditional family, and I quote from this book, F-U-C-K, the patriarchy. This is Marxist ideology, and it is widely infiltrated in our borough libraries. Do you approve of this obscene material for minors, young adults, and children in our libraries? There are no laws that say books can't be removed from libraries. Books are replaced often. While there are laws against distribution of indecent material to minors, enticement of minors, and contributing to the delinquency of minors. Furthermore, that is what is taking place in our taxpayer-funded libraries and schools. At the same time, our schools, including the Mat-Su Borough schools, test scores are at a grade F, failing to teach basic math and reading. I understand you have a lot on your agendas to deal with, but this needs your immediate attention. Children and young adults' literacy, morals, and emotions are worth fighting for. And I don't mean spend more money on mental health, which is indoctrinating when our institutions are the ones poisoning children's minds. I and you, the Mat-Su Assembly, should oppose Senate Bill 41, funding mental health indoctrination counseling in our schools. Parents should be responsible for any mental health issues, protecting their own children, not the government. In addition to opposing Senate Bill 41, you should also oppose Senate Bill 238. This bill is sick and insane to protect teachers, librarians, and museum workers from prosecution. This bill enables them to pervert children and minors. There is no protection for children if this evil, vile Senate Bill 238 passes. It is truly sick and insane that anyone would write and endorse such rot. Rob Yunt, I won't even call him a senator, should be censored. Shame on legislators for pushing Senate Bill 238 and Senate Bill 41. Children and minors are worth fighting for. And I might add, I'm a dog lover, but children come ahead of that even. So let's love our children a little bit too. May God help us through Christ Jesus, our risen Savior. He's alive. To God alone be the glory. Thank you.
On Dawson? Okay, and then Tracy after that, Mookie after that, and Joel after that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Dawson White. In case any of you were wondering who that gentleman earlier who spoke about, his name is Oliver S. Quern. He's the borough assessor, and he's in charge of all of your assessments. Just in case you're wondering. I want to talk about property taxes and assessments. I got a blue card from the borough assessor's office a couple months ago, had some baloney written on it, so I filed a formal appeal. Unfortunately, I went to the Board of Equalization. Metaphorically, they had a blindfold on, throwing some darts at the wall, and I took their blindfold off. I gave them a target. I brought 150 pages of evidence supporting why my property should be valued at this, why my land should be valued at this, why my improvements should be valued at this. I brought a third-party private fee appraisal form. I brought information from Dan Nelson, the state assessor. I brought information from Oliver Quern, the borough assessor, 150 pages saying this is what my valuation should be. And my valuation got denied. It failed. And 3 bullet points in the conclusion I want to read. The property owner has not supplied any evidence to indicate that the adjusted assessed value is excessive or improper. Consider the absence of market evidence supporting reallocation and affirm the assessed value and allocation as issued. The board is neither required nor authorized to adjudicate disputes over individual components of assessed value where the total assessed value is not the dispute. I brought a private fee appraisal. Like, what more market evidence is that? The formula to calculate the mill rate from the state assessor is the tax levy or the budget divided by borough assessed value equals the mill rate. If the market value of raw land is at the third, if the market value, if the assessed value of raw land is a third under market value, and that is part of the formula to calculate the mill rate is wrong. And it has been since 2011. The borough's been breaking the law since 2011. We would have way more money. I talked to Oliver Quern. He said when he adjusted everyone's raw land that's at a third market value, when he adjusted it to 90% market value, where the homeowners were at, their tax bills went up 800%. I'm not against raw landowners. I'm against the borough not following the law. If the borough followed the law, there would be more than plenty of money for the schools that you guys are trying to shut down. I know it's not you guys, but if the borough simply followed the law, like, there would be more than plenty of money. The mill rate would drop through the floor. Homeowners would be paying less taxes than they should be. Everyone would be paying a fair amount of taxes. We need to get the borough to follow the law. From my Board of Equalization, I learned that the borough does not want to fix the problem regarding land valuations faster than 6 years. And it's a choice the borough has made. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Tracy Barrington, and then Mookie, and then Joel.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly. My name is Tracy Barrickman. I'm speaking tonight as a taxpayer and a resident, not in any official capacity. I want to speak to something I believe this body needs to take seriously, and that is how the public's input is being received and acted upon. There's a growing gap between what the public is saying and what ultimately happens. People are taking time to show up, to speak and engage, but too often it feels that input is acknowledged and then effectively set aside. I have experienced this firsthand. Input was provided, concerns were raised, and it felt like those concerns were dismissed only to have the issue come back later, and now requiring additional time, additional process and resources. That's not just frustrating, it's avoidable. Ordinance 26.020 is a clear example of that. The advisory board raised concerns early and offered direction. That input could have been fully considered the first time. This also moved very quickly from induction to adoption, and I think that contributed to some of the disconnect we're now trying to correct. Listening isn't just allowing people to speak. Listening means being willing to adjust, to refine, and sometimes to change direction based on what you're hearing. Right now, I think there's a perception that this body is not always doing that. Ordinance 020 was a bad idea that benefits only a few financially, yet harms the majority. To minimize damage, I strongly encourage you to support Amendment 26045 and move it forward. I ask each of you to consider not just whether the public has had the opportunity to speak, but whether their input is truly influencing your decisions. Because right now, many people don't feel that it is. Thank you.
Moki? Moki? Yeah, okay. And then Joel?
Oh, sorry, Moki.
Good evening. My name is Moki 2. Good evening, Mayor, Manager, Assembly. Thank you for the time. I put a bid in on your RSA 21 road maintenance contract. I was the low bidder, and then I was ousted of my bid. This kind of action is the reason that the borough, the citizens, we say the borough, but it's actually the citizens, ended up paying millions of dollars more because you don't have bidders. Just like we all yell about voter integrity, there's integrity when you put in a bid. Low bidder wins. You don't try to scam the low bidder out of the bid. There's a lot of stuff said about me, and that's the reason it was you didn't approve it. It's because you said 10 years ago or 12 years ago, I did a lousy job in the Big Lake area. I just handed you a bunch of documents, and in those documents you see that for 5 years in a row, or maybe it's 4 years in a row, the community council didn't only say I did a good job, they said I did an excellent job. And they appreciated the job that I did do. And I also got letters of recommendation that I worked for the city of Wasilla at the same time. And I didn't say I did an okay job. I said I did an excellent job. We in Big Lake deserve better. We don't deserve haphazard maintenance. I put in a bid only. I am 64 years old. I put in a bid to show the people what it's supposed to be like, what we should have, and what we're paying for. We paid over $1 million tip. A tip! $1 million! And we still got substandard work. Hawk Lane, which is the school main road, was a 2-lane road. I'd say uncomfortable when I drive it with a pickup plow truck. Just about 3 weeks ago, middle of March, they finally opened it up to full winter width.
which is a part of the contract, is supposed to be done within hours. That put over 11 feet width to the driving surface of that road. That's our high school. That's our junior high. That's all those, hooligans driving that road. That's all them kids walking up and down, riding their stupid bicycle, whatever it is. It should be safe, but it wasn't all winter. I can keep on going with all that, but I'm very disappointed. I would tell you that low bidder wins. You need to keep that. That is treasure. Low bid wins. Thank you.
Joel? And then you said you saw, Jason?
Looks like Jason Calloway.
Yeah. And then Jason Calloway, and then Jackie.
Yeah, Joel Stefanski. I assume ordinance 26045 is still on the agenda.
Yes, right?
I don't know, it was not.
Okay. Ordinance,
On the weight
045.
restrictions.
Yeah, it hasn't been pulled, I don't.
Okay, it's still on there.
Sorry, say that again.
26045.
Still on the agenda.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly. I know we've had several discussions on this weight restrictions, and I, want to thank Mike and Max, trying to make it better for us contractors. There's over 150 of us out there that use the roads, the state borough roads. I know you're trying to make it better. I'm not a big fan of regulations and in borough and state rules, but you're getting there. Some of the things I read, you've taken out some of the stuff and you're making it more able to maybe happen. Section 2C, I don't know if you realize this, but I've been through several natural disasters here declared by the governor in the borough over the last 40-something years. And you have the ability to actually, what you're defining here is a natural disaster. And you as the mayor have the ability to implement something like this. I've been through it. I've told Max, I worked at MEA for 28 years. I've been through it once when the rivers flooded and all hell broke loose and we had to evacuate people on the other side of the rivers, and MEA was able to help out the community with putting temporary bridges across the Little Sioux and Willow Creek and stuff like that. So there's always a need for something like this, and how you're going to implement it is the big thing without damaging some of our substandard borough roads. You have a list of some of the things that you're requiring for the potential, the trucks. Borough staff's going to have to get trucks and model and color, license plate, other things you have to. I asked you guys to do a work session with commercial vehicle weights to get some more ideas on how we don't violate their road restrictions. Other things you need is the tire size of the trucks, the trailer size. A lot of times you can get by this by having a bigger trailer and a smaller piece of equipment. And most of the dump truck operators, they run at 50%. They only fill up their box 50%. So there are other ways of getting around this. But to protect the roads, I've had to have certificate of insurance for 40-something years. I also have to have bonding. Those are two other things you can add to that if you're going to push forward with this, to make sure we fix the roads if they get damaged, and there's some accountability with the contractors. I'm sure the borough staff is not going to like this because it probably won't happen too often, but the staff is going to be on their toes, checking the routes before and after, see if there's any damage. And I just want to say I appreciate you trying to make it better. And we'll see where it goes, but there's still a lot of things, and you have the power to declare it as disaster anyway. Thank you.
Okay, Jason Calloway, and then Jackie, and then Lyle Downing.
Name's Jason Calloway. I would like to speak with you about agenda AM 26-041. Is that still on the agenda for the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know how this even got here. It was supposed to be at the plating board, and it ended up here somehow. Something about somebody accesses their property by foot. Well, it's a continuous piece of property behind everyone else's. There's no way to even get up the side of that hill at all. You can't walk up it. It has bedrock straight up. It's a cliff. There's literally a creek that flows through it. So there's a few things that are findings of facts. In 1983, there were 2 parcels that had section line easements that were taken off that are literally right across the street and continue to the north up towards Connect River Road. Those were taken off in 1983. We're 40 years down the road. This didn't even need to be here, and we're having to stand here and waste everyone's time talking about it. The other thing is that the landowner that walks his property still has access. He owns the piece of property right next to it that he's talking about. So if there was some other plan, it needs to be platted and recorded with you guys so everyone can see what's going on. But it's a contiguous piece of property. He already has access. There's been no objection, so I don't have any problem with what Assemblyman Bowles was talking about, sending it back to the plating board or plating folks. But that's all I wanted to say tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jackie and Lyle, and then Deborah.
You needed more paper. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. When I first started speaking about library books, I made a commitment that I would stick on subject no matter what happened. No matter what happened in the world, I would stick on subject. And so your handout you're getting tonight is because the book Let's Talk About It, that I did a challenge on to get this moved to adult. That's all I asked for, and I was turned down. This comes from that book. Now, in order to make an obscene book legally, it has to be a failure in at least one area. Has to be a failure, right? So if you see on the first one, it says, when you're first born, the doctor has to make a decision on what you are based on whether you're male, female, or intersex. That is not true. It is not a third. Your next thing will show you that intersex is hardly a thing. It's not. So there's a failure in science. Now let's look at a failure in education. They have a chapter on masturbation, remember? And how to be good at it, remember? Well, look at that first one. It's male, there's female, there's male. Oh, but what? Look at intersex. Oh, gee, what happened? What happened? There is an education failure. Next, let's look at the next one. Now let's look at literary, shall we? Look at this one. You know, if you stick something up your rear and you don't hold on to the flared base, your hungry hiney can gobble it up. Now, let's face it, that is not Shakespeare. That is a failure in literary. And if you haven't noticed, and I hope you don't, those pictures you just saw that are very pornographic are actually all the same dimensions. Unfortunately, I studied this because I'm an art scholar. And that means you're probably looking at voyeurism if you look at the people who actually drew this book, the couple, okay? So this is not artistic value either. It fails in all 5. And I told you I would prove that. And I am proving it now. Now, I also am not just speaking to you because you have listened, you have gotten the LCAC, you have made everything so much more open to the public because that's what it needed to be. I was trying to shed a light on the fact that these were getting hidden. These books are getting hidden behind covers. And there's a new book out, it's called When You're Brave Enough. It's by a middle school teacher called Rebecca Bentheim. And she actually is bragging online, there's articles about it, about how she and the publisher, Penguin, they decided how to make the cover so they could hide the subject matter. How they could, from homophobic parents. Okay? This is what's happening, people. So, on the second thing I wanted to talk about, I am a dog lover. I am a severe dog lover. I rescued a dog from the pound that I pretty much rescued the shelter workers from, okay? For the last 4 months, I have had an unbelievable time with this dog. And I love him to death, but today he took me down and I fell on my back. But I would never, ever, ever leave that dog out there with nobody to watch him and no one to feed him. And I want you to know that I know you weren't aware of this situation, but you're responsible. And if nothing happens to that animal control person, we're watching. You're responsible for making sure something is done about this. We don't want it to go under the table. All right? Thank you.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Assembly, Manager Brown. Just wanted to speak in support of Dimitri's resolution for the creation of Wolf Lake Park. I live in the neighborhood. I live just down Aspen Ridge Road. Wolf Lake is a frequent stop on family walks with the dog and the kids. I spent a lot of days ice fishing on Wolf Lake. Son and I pulled out a couple 30-inch rainbows out of the lake this winter. Can somebody delete that from my testimony? Just that part. Personally, I've walked around the neighborhood, knocked on about 200 doors, handed out flyers to gauge the support of the neighborhood in that area. And there are so many homes close by that I don't think I even hit half of the neighbors that lived in that area. And I did get overwhelming support from everybody there. And just really hoping that we can make this happen. It's kind of low-hanging fruit. It's a small ask, and it'd be nice to have something that's close by that we can walk to. I don't have to load everybody up and drive down to Matt River Park or other places like that. Great place for the community to congregate, get to know each other, have barbecues, things of that nature. So I appreciate that this is finally happening, and thank you everyone for listening to this, and hopefully we can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Kaiser.
Yes, he said his name was Lyle Downing.
Deborah, Kized, it looks like.
Isn't maybe?
Okay. No. Alrighty, and then we had, Brooke was not here when I just want to be sure, has she returned or anything? No, okay. And then Mary, did you want to speak at this time, or?
For allowing me to cede my time to Mr. Skinner. Thank you for allowing me to speak now. Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I'm a Matsu Borough resident, a taxpayer, and I represent myself. As Mr. Brown said earlier, not everything you see and hear is factual. For instance, there are no obscene books in any of the libraries. There may be books that people don't agree with because of their political or religious worldview, and that is their right to challenge those books. Libraries provide free and equal access to information for everyone. I invite everyone to attend the next Matsu Borough Library Advisory Board meeting at Trapper Creek Library, Tuesday, May 12th at 1 p.m. You can dial in. The information is on the Matsu Borough website, or you can watch the video. You will see some of the Library Advisory Board members. One member believes that all materials in a public library should be suitable for a 6-year-old and no older. No Westerns, no detective stories, no mysteries, no Game of Thrones, no Nora Roberts. If you're a reader, pretty much anything you might be interested in will not be available if this member has their way. Another member believes that anything these titles were flagged by the member in question 2 meetings ago in February. Death in the Jungle, a nonfiction book for young adults. that talks oddly enough about a religious cult, Jim Jones in Guyana. Other titles that they flagged: Flesh, Brimstone, The Bewitching, Wicked, The Devil's Daughter, The Blood Countess, War Games, and The Clanging Coffin. But this is my favorite that they really didn't like: Haunted Mansion by Ridley Pearson. If you're a reader, you know Ridley Pearson. He writes for adults, young adults, and juveniles. Haunted Mansion is literally a book about the Disney ride Haunted Mansion. And again, I try to be fair, and the member thinks that they're, air quotes, too dark, and Matsu Borough residents should not read dark books. No. Why you keep appointing people to the Matsu Borough Library Advisory Board? There is an applicant for the vacant position for the Trapper Creek District. It has been vacant for, let me check my notes, 7 months. This very well-qualified applicant for the Trapper Creek Library Advisory Board seat applied September 11th, and still their nomination has not been moved forward. Why? Thank you.
Andrew Larson. Andrea. And then Alan, you're up next. Casey after that. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Larson, Madam Mayor, Manager Brown, and Assembly members. I am a borough resident, and I'm here to speak against the proposed relocation of the Talkeetna Water and Sewer Facility and construction of a water tank to the Bear Trail Woods. I also support keeping the facility at its current location. The borough's own diagram that I gave you in front of you shows a full facility, the large water tank, a 7,200 square foot parking lot, and a backup diesel generator placed in the middle of a 1.4 acre wooded lot in town. This came as a surprise and shock to the community and surrounding property owners, and I am one that borders the property, as the borough has started this application process, or had started it back in July of 2025. This existing facility shown on the map I provided is out of sight and on leased Alaska Railroad land for about $500 per year. It has room for expansion, and the railroad has offered that and alternative site options. Yet instead of pursuing these lower cost, lower impact options, the borough is proposing to spend roughly $10 million to move the facility 800 feet to the other side of the railroad tracks onto one of the last accessible wooded areas in town. The proposed towering tank and facility would be squeezed between and within view of the bordering lodging businesses, private property, and very popular state-owned campground. The Bear Trail Woods are actively used by the community and visitors. This area is believed to be on and near native burial land and should be treated with the highest level of respect. Ongoing noise from the facility would disrupt the quiet, natural environment people come to Talkeetna for. Overall, this move introduces visual, operational, and compatibility impacts into a residential and community visitor area. There are less impactful and far less expensive alternatives. The borough should be pursuing those instead of clearing these woods. Thank you all for listening and for your time this evening.
Alan?
Just some more pictures of the site. That's my wife. My name is Alan Larson, Madam Mayor and Assembly people. I appreciate the time to talk to you this evening. Long-term Alaskan business owner, They built a half dozen houses in Anchorage and in the area, designed them myself and things. So I know a little bit about construction. Andrea gave some point of views about this property in Talkeetna and the relocation. From my standpoint, I look at it from more of an engineering type advantage. I noticed that the borough had done a study 3 years ago to look at other property sites in Talkeetna to put the water and sewer treatment plant. Spent some money with an engineering firm and turned down all the 5 sites that were proposed. Then in 2024, or 2023, they, never mind, I apologize. The Water and Sewer Board posted a resolution in May of 2024, basically saying that they would like to drill another test well in the existing site, which is railroad property, which is out of sight, out of mind downtown Talkeetna, but an area that can't really be used for much else. It's on a land use permit, not a lease, so that the borough can get up to a 100-year term on this property. Like Andrea said, it's currently at like $500 a year, but that price is based on assessment value of the property, and the borough sets the assessment price. So it's hard to complain about the price of its land use when the borough is the one that's setting the price for how much it should be. The main points of the resolution that they passed in 2024 was that they wanted to relocate it, that if they would have to relocate it, it'd be significant cost and logistical challenges, and that drilling a test well on the current site would make sense because part of the concern there is that they have arsenic in the water, which changed during the last couple decades on levels and stuff, but they put a treatment plant there and treat it so that it's acceptable for drinking. So they wanted to drill a test well on the existing site to go deeper to see if they could find better water deeper. Instead, what happened, the borough contracted Wheaton Water Wells to drill a test well on the other site that's in that picture there. It's about 1,600 feet away on the other side of the railroad tracks. It's also on railroad property. That well, they went down about 140 feet. They were going to go down like 180 if they had to see. It was a 6-inch well. Unfortunately, because of the geological structure, the well driller started sinking into the ground, so they had to stop. They did a water test there, and they found arsenic. They pulled it up 90 feet. They didn't find arsenic. The problem is that what they find at one spot in Talkeetna may or may not be like something 100 feet away, much less 1,600 feet away. My suggestion is experiment a little bit more with the existing site. Thank you for your time. Sorry to take too much.
Casey Randall, and then Christine Whitman, and Eric Kelly.
Hi, I'm Casey Randall, and I've lived for 26 years in Alaska. I love raising our 2 children with my husband in this great state. I'm a mushing facility license holder and a Caswell Lakes community member. As a mushing facility license holder, I want to say that we have had good experiences with animal control. I'm here to talk about the Caswell 25. First, I want justice to be served, and I'm very happy to hear of today's events with an arrest being made. When you feed a kennel of dogs or give them new fluffy straw or put fresh water in their bowls, you see joy and thankfulness. They actually say thank you with kisses and nudges and big shoulder paw hugs, and they give you the best howls. Why did these dogs die? They died because their owners didn't take care of them at the most basic level. But there were so many people that would have saved them. No one knew that they were starving or dying because animal control said they had it under control. They said they would not let these dogs starve. They promised. They told the people who were offering help to stand down, stop harassing, to get out of the way so they could do their job. They were adamant that if anyone fed or cared for the dogs, it would impede their investigation and be detrimental to the dogs. Isn't that ironic? I bet every person in this room would have walked right through the law of trespassing and stealing property to rescue those dogs had we known. But we didn't know because we trusted the authorities and believed what they were saying. These dogs died because of their owners' neglect and abuse, and because the system put in place to protect them failed them. An external independent investigation needs to be done because there's a huge internal problem that resulted in the worst possible outcome. I do not think we need new sled dog laws. We need new animal control protocol so that nothing like this ever happens again. Look at the people here. Guess what? We still believe. People wouldn't be here giving statements and support if there wasn't any hope that there will be justice and change. And thank you.
Christine?
Yeah, hello, good evening. My name is Christine Witzmann, and actually I brought something for you. Okay, so I am very active in the world of dog rescue, and I'm a, dog lover, animal lover. Of the people here, I don't know who of you has a family dog or loves dogs or doesn't give a shit. But I can tell you, when I read that about the 25 dogs that starved and froze to death, I want you to take one moment and imagine what they've suffered, what they went through. We had an extremely cold and snowy winter. Imagine being tied on a 5-foot chain with no shelter. Some of the dog houses had no roof. Being tied out like that, shivering day and night, in the dark of the night and in the dim light of the day when you're not covered under 3 feet of snow. Being hungry and cold, and nobody is helping. People try to help, we know that. Good Samaritans try to help. And they were told they're trespassing and they're breaking the law and to stand down and to go away. Officer Dickinson had it under his control. He promised to take care of them and to protect them. And that's exactly the problem. When there's a problem with animals, we're supposed to call animal control. We're supposed to trust the authorities. If I see a suffering dog or horse, I call animal control and they do their job. They protect them. Not. You don't. Not you. I'm sorry, not you. But the animal control officers. And some years ago, there were some starving sled dogs. Was it 180? In Montana Creek. Or a few years ago, there were starving, dying horses in Talkeetna. Nothing happened. Nobody helped them. And there were calls, there were reports. And I don't know, but supposedly Officer Dickinson was in charge of the starving horses and the starving sled dogs in Montana Creek. We trusted, I'm talking in the past here, the authorities that animal control helps and protects and steps up for those who are vulnerable and can't talk. But you don't, again and again you don't. I don't know why, if it's just the rules are wrong, the regulations are wrong, or if they're burnt out, or if they don't give a shit. I do not know. Like, if I knew there are dogs freezing and starving out there, I couldn't sleep at night. I would get my butt over there and check on them. And obviously this guy didn't do that. I really didn't do that. Under the care of animal control. 25 or even 27, there were 3 dead dogs in the house, I believe.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, sentient beings. They're not just some sled dogs. They are sentient beings. And they froze and starved to death. And we want justice.
Wrap it up, please. Wrap it up, please.
Yes, we are asking for justice and transparency and a real investigation and no more covering up.
Okay. Eric Kelly. And then Lesha Boozer. Okay.
Mayor, Manager Brown, and Assembly, thank you. My name is Eric Kelly. I'm a 20-year Alaskan. I'm a dog musher. I'm an Iditarod finisher, and a dog lover, obviously. Just want to share my thoughts on the Caswell 26. What happened in Caswell, it was not just tragic, it was a preventable failure, and this community sees it and knows it. 25 dogs did not just die. They were neglected over time. They suffered during that time. During that time, warnings were made, calls were placed, concerns were raised, food and straw were offered, and nothing meaningful happened. That's not a breakdown. That is a system failure and a failure to act. In mushing, there's no excuse for this. You show up every day for your dogs, or you don't belong around dogs. It's that simple. So when members of this community did show up, when they called, when they reported, when they tried to intervene, and the system did not respond, that failure carries weight. Yes, Misty, Mark, and Chad are responsible for this heinous crime and must be accountable. But if reports were ignored, dismissed, or not followed through on, then this borough also has responsibility to answer for that. Accountability cannot stop at the easiest target. If there were failures with an animal control, failures to respond, failures to investigate, failures to take this seriously, then there must be real consequences, not just internal conversations, not process reviews, actual accountability and discipline. Because without that, nothing changes. Right now, the message being sent is that people can do the right thing, report suffering, ask for help, and still be ignored. That is unacceptable. You are entrusted with the responsibility to act when the public raises credible concerns about animal welfare. In this case, that trust was and is broken. And when trust is broken at this level, it demands more than acknowledgement. It demands action. Not later, not eventually, but now. Because if this can happen after months of warnings, then the system is not flawed. It is failing and it is broken. And it is the borough's responsibility to fix it. I'll just leave with some final words. These are the words the borough animal control spoke. We will not let these dogs starve to death. But they did. Thank you.
Melissa User. Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alyssa Boozer. This is really hard for me to be here and to be up here speaking. I am a Mat-Su-Borough resident. I am a business owner. I am a dog musher, and I'm a massive dog lover. I have loved dogs since I can remember. I would spend time sleeping outside with our pet dog growing up. So I am the person that called animal control. I think I maybe was one of, if not the first person to call on January 12th. I heard that Mark had left the state, and I asked Officer Dickinson to go make a welfare check, and he brushed me off. I finally had enough of waiting for him, and on January 12th, I sent my friend Michael Dolinar over to go check on the dogs. I did not go check on the dogs myself because I am a mother of 2 small children, and I dedicate my time to my business and my kids, and I cannot be driving around checking on everyone else's kennel. So we're all really lucky for Mike, and let there be more men like Mike around. Mike went on the property and took video of dogs, and he noted, this dog is fat, but this dog is skinny. You can see this dog's ribs. This dog doesn't have a dog house, and we have it all recorded. And called Officer Dickinson again, and he said, Misty has shown me videos and photos of her feeding the dogs, and even though you are an highly experienced dog musher, we have multiple people who have worked for Iditarod Kennels calling me, I believe Misty, and I then sent him the video, and that's when he finally, and went up there. And I spoke to him the next day, and I assumed that I'm a kennel license owner. There are certain things that we have to follow. Having a kennel license, straw for our dogs, food for our dogs, adequate housing for our dogs. And I thought, this is it. He's going to seize those dogs because she is not following that. And he said that he felt bad for Misty, and he was giving her time to get dog food and houses and straw. And I had to keep calling to follow up. He kept brushing it off. He told me that he thought that maybe people were harassing her. He told me that I said, well, okay, we have people to feed the dogs. Like we're just going to go over and feed the dogs. He said, if you go out and feed those dogs, you're impeding my investigation because then they'll be fed and I can't prove that she's not feeding them. And he said, I know that she is lying to me. And without looking her in the eye and saying that I know you're a liar, he said, Alyssa, I'm going to prove that she's lying to me. Don't worry about it. I spoke to him last on February 1st and he promised me. This is not hearsay. You guys are not hearing that what he promised people. He promised me. I was standing there looking at my dogs and I said, please, I will back off because you're saying you need me to back off to do your job. You need me not to go on property. And he said, I promise you I will not let these dogs starve. And he did. And something else that I do want to address is, Ron, I had a concerned citizen call me. She had called you, and you told her that we were responsible, that the citizens who had called in, you said this does not fall into animal control. They should
Can
have
you
gone
wrap
back.
it up,
I
please?
sent you an email about that, and I would love for
Can-
you to respond to my email because
can you
that's
wrap
not
it up,
okay. I am
please?
in your district.
Okay. Great. That takes care of everybody that signed up. Is there anyone who hasn't testified that would like to? Yes, just come on up. Anybody else that you can just make a line behind? Go ahead, state your name. And
My name is Sarah Loreth, Sarah Loreth, and I was also one of the folks that had been reporting Misty since January. I can tell you that I made 6 reports. I made 2 to Animal Control, 2 to the USDA, and 2 to AKASPCA, and I did not receive a single response from any agency. I think this is a clear failure on animal control. The USDA in particular just sent everything back to animal control, and we tried everything we possibly could via other agencies to try to get attention on these dogs, and everything was reverted back to animal control. And there was a clear failure there. I did not get a single phone call about my concerns, and I made multiple of them. And I'd like to go on the record to say that I don't think there should be an internal investigation. I think it should be external, and I think people need to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Holly Lynn, and I did not want to speak here tonight. I've been trying to stay as silent as possible about the dogs and Caswell. Like Alyssa, I was one of the first ones there, and I decided to speak tonight because of something that you said, Mr. Brown, is that we need to be respectful. We need to let the system do its job. I called weekly throughout January and into February, and I was respectful, and I trusted Officer Dickinson. At one point, I had clear evidence that the young lady that was responsible for these dogs was not living on the property. I'm embarrassed to say how many times I drove by the property. I am the Good Samaritan that could not save these dogs. I'm the Good Samaritan that was drug into civil court because I was harassing this young woman. And it has been months and months of torture. I have been harassed. I have been slandered. I have only a few people in town that actually believed me while this woman went around. She tried to get me kicked out of a race in Fairbanks, telling race directors that I was harassing her. And I have done nothing but try to help the dogs. And honest to God, I would do it all again, every bit of it, if not just to save Woody. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Heather Bauman, and I am first and foremost the parent of an amazing 4th grader at Meadow Lakes Elementary. And I am also a community member, a homeowner, and I do happen to be a teacher at Meadow Lakes Elementary. You'll notice tonight that I am representing with my purple, but I'm not wearing my Meadow Lakes colors. I'm not wearing my sweatshirt. Don't got my earrings on. Because for the last 2 weeks, our school has not been the same. You did it. You've done a beautiful job. You have systematically underfunded neighborhood schools, and you're going to do away with that system. You have a political agenda, I don't know why, against neighborhood schools. But for whatever reason, we were all used as pawns. And it doesn't matter how hard we talk to you. It doesn't matter if we show you the data. It doesn't matter that we're still showing up. And for the first time in 4 years, my administrator is running around the building trying to keep kids feeling safe because you have undermined everything. Because you don't want to fund us. You don't want to fund children. And at first I thought it was personal, but now I'm just thinking maybe you don't want to fund your community. I did the math. Your $700, which is too much to raise the taxpayers' money, that you don't have data, physical data, surveys of the taxpayers of what they want their money spent on. You're all going off of feelings. But that $700 is $13 a week. I'll give up my 2 lattes. Heck, I'll give up all of my lattes if my kids can go to the school that they deserve. If students with intensive special needs who are being served in the classrooms in a way that no other school in our district is doing can have their educational needs be met. We have a red ribbon school, a nationally acclaimed school that is being closed. And all you can tell me is, we don't want to do it, but you're gonna. Your lack of action, your lack of holding on to whoever spoke loudest on the phone. Now, do you notice I'm the only one talking on schools tonight? That wasn't the case a month ago. Y'all emails have gotten real quiet, right? Not because we went away, not because the issue changed, not because it's not still a problem, but because we don't feel like you're listening. But I guarantee we're going to vote next time. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, could we have a break?
I'm sorry, sir, you've already spoken. I'm sorry, sir, you've already spoken. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we, Mayor, could we take a break? Can
Pardon?
we have a break?
Huh?
Could we take a brief break?
Well, let's go ahead and listen to these people, can we?
Okay.
I'll be super quick. My name is Nate Root. I'm the president and CEO for the YMCA of Alaska. I'm just here to encourage the assembly members to approve RS 26036. That's it. I'm sure it's already been a long evening for you. I appreciate the moment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next.
Hello, my name is Margaret Woods. I have been a citizen of the Mat-Su Borough for 44 years, since the age of 21. I am the Gold Star mother of United States Army Specialist Shane W. Woods, and whose nickname, military nickname, is Woody. He is known around this country because he's a hero. And my son would want me to speak up. I came here tonight to give my testimony. I have never done this before, so I'm gonna be, really awkward and nervous and all that. That doesn't matter. I don't matter. I am here to talk about the Caswell 25. Those dogs who were starved to death at a licensed Caswell sled dog kennel. On January 20th, I did some research. I've done a lot of research. I've actually been sick in bed the last 4 days from diverticulitis since hearing of this. But I'm here. On January 20th, calls came to the Matsu Animal Control. People concerned that the dogs there were not being fed. Only shallow actions were taken. Matsuboro Animal Control gave a do this list and took off. When the caring citizens who tried to bring food, water, supplies, they were turned away. Turned away. Even threatened for trespassing and harassment for their visits and calls. All during the long days and long winter nights, the alarm grew day by day, night by night. Finally, and this person is a hero to me, because this person reminds me of my son, Shane Woods. This person who would not stand down one more day, not one more day, entered into the area where the dogs were. I ask for extra time, please.
I'm sorry, you have to wrap it up.
Thank you. The lone survivor of the lot was named Woody. Now we are asking, how could this happen? And another question, how could Woody have survived that? I have thought a lot about that. I think Woody survived to demand that his face and body speak a testimony for the justice of the other dogs, because Woody knew help would come.
Thank you.
I expect better. We will vote better if we do not get it.
Thank you. Next. As soon as this person's over, we will take a break. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the last speaker, I would just like to say, as a gold, I'm so sorry about the loss of your son, but thank you for his sacrifice and your sacrifice. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm speaking on a different topic, but all due respect to our last speaker. Good evening, Matsu Assembly members. My name is Mary Dewar. I'm a speech language pathologist in the Matsu Borough School District, and I also happen to work at Meadow Lakes Elementary. I continue to urge you tonight to fully fund our public schools and choose to fully invest in the education of Matsu Borough students. They deserve nothing less. Sorry. 2 weeks ago, Meadow Lakes Elementary held a Title I Family Night. If you were not able to attend this event, you missed a wonderful community gathering. Camp Read a Lot. I worked in the kitchen that night, helping family after family consume 400 meals. This was an incredibly successful night for our Meadow Lakes communities. I am concerned that there won't be the same level of participation in these Title I nights when they are not located at their nearby community school. I also speak to my concerns related to the impact of budgetary cuts to those students that require special education services. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are anticipated to be cut from the special education department. This is in addition to cuts to staff and resources from a year ago. Matsu Borough School District is typical of any other school district in the nation. It is federally mandated to provide services to children with disabilities. Please understand that these children range from mild disabilities, such as young students that might have misarticulation errors when they speak, all the way to your students with severe medical conditions, including autism, Down syndrome, genetic anomalies, cerebral palsy, and seizure disorders. These are students that may not be able to speak, but use facial and body gestures to communicate for their needs, or ideally learn to communicate with a speech-generating device that will verbally speak their message. Please understand that the range of these students that require special education services is vast, and you cannot put all of these students into a general education classroom of 25 to 30 plus students. They need areas in their school that can meet their needs to access their educational curriculum, areas for small groups and lower ratios of students and staff. I bring this to your attention because I want you to understand that you must take these students into consideration when you are deciding on how you will vote to fund the Mat-Su Public Schools. In your research, you were referencing a document that states how many students are enrolled at each school building and what the maximum student capacity is per school to give you a percentage of total student capacity. It's total student capacity. So anyway, have you taken into consideration the needs and the federal rights of those students with special education needs when you're reviewing that document that tells you the total capacity and the percentage of current students in each school? 2 weeks ago, you were told by a fellow commentator, I'm almost done. One more sentence. 2 weeks ago, you were told by a fellow commentator to be the adult in the room. Yes, I agree, be the adult in the room, and remember all students when you vote on the borough budget, fully fund Mat-Su children's education. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call recess now until 10 minutes after 8. Can I go ahead and have the assembly come back to order, please? Can I have the assembly members come back, please? Do you see Michael? Okay, so we were in audience participation, and I understand we do have some people online, but I want to remind the people that are online, you're welcome to be online and listen, but if you do want to speak, if you would do *3, that raises your hand, and then when we get to the online people, Caleb will undo the mute button, and so we'll be able to hear from you. So, but I think there was at least one lady, that was in the line, and I cut her off, so I apologize. So hopefully we're rested, and everybody's had a little bite to eat, so maybe we're not so grumpy. Go ahead. So you might have good timing.
Oh, good. Not grumpy, Assembly. Hi, Assembly and Mayor. My name is Elizabeth Kittle. I just moved here about 2 years ago. If I make this quick enough, there's almost 3 things I'd like to say. Number 1, we moved from Anchorage, and if you don't want to be like Anchorage, you have to make hard decisions with the education budget. And my children are in 2 different public schools out here, and they're flourishing. So thank you. You've given really wonderful opportunities for education, and we're doing wonderful things in our home and with our family with that. The next one was you're talking about the Valley Transit, but you're doing that and I'll be out of town. So I wanted to share some thoughts. My kids, because we lived in Anchorage, we moved out here and they didn't know anyone. So they use the Valley Transit on Fridays because it's free for children, and they go and they play with their friends and cousins, and we pay for them to come back. It's a wonderful service, but I also am a taxpayer and understand living within a budget. If they have to pay more, if we need to get rid of free Fridays, totally fine. We just really love the service. That's been a huge benefit to our family. I don't have anything about the dogs. The other item, okay. I am about to open a preschool in the fall in my home. And I'm doing it because several of our friends have said they are looking for a safe haven for their children to have social emotional learning between 3 and 5. And they have normally done that in the past in different ways, and they're not finding, a lot of preschools are closing, and they don't feel that they can necessarily rely on the library. Coming from Anchorage, I stopped taking my children to the library a long time ago. I grew up, I'm Alaskan, went to the libraries forever. The libraries have changed, unfortunately. And I would love to be able to bring our preschool kids there, but I will say I've gone to the Wasilla Library a few times. I don't take my kids there anymore. They have picked books in the children's section that when you read through them, I don't believe are age appropriate. It's one thing to have a section of the library, which the Wasilla Library does very well. They have a huge wall. Having adult content on one side, totally fine. Even my kids in their library, the librarian put little stickers that said young adult. Why are there young adult books in a kid's library? A kid's library at school. I don't think that makes any sense. I think it affects who they are. It's one thing when they're an adult to read about adult content and make those decisions, totally fine. But I think as children, we need to protect their growing brains. The science is out. We understand that they shouldn't be on screens so much. What they read affects their brains as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting. Yes, anyone else? Yes, did you, yes, come, yeah. There's a lady there, but you can get in behind you.
My name is Maxine Franklin, and I just had one question for you. And that is, I don't really understand all the protocols of how the borough works. Is the borough able to put Officer Dickinson on administrative leave while the investigation is ongoing? It makes sense that he would be. You know, he's obviously done some bad things. That's pretty apparent. And it just makes sense to put him aside while the investigation's going. And then if it turns out he's not suitable, then you can fire him later. And if it turns out that he's remediable, then you can keep him on with probation or something. Is that something you guys can do? Thank you.
Assembly members and mayor and borough manager. My name is Lance Leslie. I'm a resident of Talkeetna. And as an Alaskan, this issue, I'm speaking of the Caswell 26 and Woody. I'm here to represent Woody because he doesn't have a voice. Can anybody here tell me how many enforcement officers are employed by the Animal Control Department?
I'm sorry, sir, we're not able
Okay,
to
you're not
answer
able
your
to answer,
question
okay.
at this time.
Joseph, yeah, the animal control, I'm sorry, I'm not good at public speaking, but the animal control officer who was involved with this case obviously failed in his duties, but nobody has mentioned Vanessa Forbes, who is his ultimate superior, who sets policy and who is directly responsible for this incident. This points towards a systemic failure of the system, which needs to be addressed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone that hasn't spoken that would like to speak to the assembly? Yeah, come on, Andrew.
Good evening. My name's Andrew Traxler. I came here tonight to speak on the weight restriction ordinance. We have that 26-045 in front of you. I wanted to speak of some numbers real quick. I've been reviewing the weight restriction permits that have been coming through and calculating load weights. And we have culverts throughout our Matsu Borough. Culverts are a simple topic for me to talk about. The basic culvert that you might have to replace from one of these loads damaging it would be in the realm of $2,500 to $3,000. Not a big deal, you know, in the large scope of things. Now, what I want to bring to your attention, like in RSA 21 and the neighboring RSA, you have many fish culverts. This is to show you the cost of what we are doing with approving these permits. We're coming into the time when things are going to be soft, and we've been lucky so far. And so I'm speaking to you today to highlight this. Understand we've been lucky so far. At the last assembly meeting, you passed a fish culvert that cost $500,000. Now, when we have a culvert fail, and it very likely could happen, we do have engineers here that can explain it to you and your staff, you don't have a choice. You will put in a fish culvert. You will file for permitting, and your minimum on a fish culvert is about $100,000. And, you know, as you know, I move many, 80, 100,000 pound loads. And when our roads are soft, our culverts are weak. All of us in business that have moved big loads, we've changed a culvert that we went through. You're driving somebody's driveway, you can crush a culvert. The same thing can happen on our road systems. And unfortunately here in the Matsu Borough, we're not at the point yet where we have all SCM roads. subdivision construction manual roads. Many of those roads will handle it. You're correct, in this permitting method. But once you get into our substandard roads, like we have in RSA 21 and RSA 17, many of these RSAs, you have substandard roads, and they're just like driving through a culvert in a driveway. And it's going to be very difficult without area-wide road powers to have an RSA pay for one of these fish culverts. And I mean, $2,500 to $3,000 for a culvert to replace and have a road impassable at that point. And when you try to dig up a culvert when they still have frost in the ground, that's very difficult to get the right material into that spot. I think we need to pass 26-045 and tighten this up a little bit. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go online. Did more people raise their hands? Oh, good. Okay. So who's ever first online, go ahead, state your name and your information.
Excellent. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jocelyn Doremus, Doremus, and
we'll call ourselves back to order at 22 p.m.
I would like to speak on 2 items today regarding the Caswell Kennel. I would like to make a request regarding a review of the borough kennel license procedure and the renewal process. I am unaware of the license status for the Caswell Lakes property that has had the recent tragic systemic failure, but maybe a revision of the licensing regulations can help protect or prevent future failures. Right now, it is a 3-year renewal license, to the best of my knowledge, at $150, and maybe a 12-month renewal at $50 offers closer monitoring. Maybe quarterly on-site visits for the borough staff or animal control could be added, requiring proof of more current veterinary records, or even a statement from a veterinarian on the overall condition of the teams could be required annually to keep the license more accurate and up-to-date. In addition, I wanted to express how maddening and difficult it is to get animal control to respond effectively. I personally have dealt with this organization, repeated calls, and failed documentation. On one separate case that I've made calls for, would you believe that the address and the animal that I was calling about repeatedly was not even linked to previous reports that I had made for the same address and animal? I have to re-explain my ongoing concerns to the same officer most of the times. The process I have witnessed and experienced personally with animal control seems to be a report is made, animal control fails to act, more calls are made, animal control contacts the owner to get a statement, and then there's no further action. The reporting individual calls again to follow up. Animal control is unaware. They have to dig into their systems and do some research. Meanwhile, the owners tell reporting individuals and concerned neighbors to stop harassing them. The reporting individual calls to get a status and is told by animal control the case has been closed, with no action taken by the owner. And animal control states they understand the concerns, but they've done all they can. It is the end of the road until the situation escalates more, and the risk that's taken here is safety. I would like to publicly state here that animal control needs to expand their resources and sources when investigating and further fully investigate all avenues. Statements from neighbors who live life alongside of these animals have critical insight that needs to be considered, as well as other professionals in the community who have firsthand knowledge of the animals and their owners. I would like the borough to support this request in revising policy to raise standards of operations and hold animal control accountable for fully investigating reports of concern, as we should be able to trust them to do their job. Thank you.
Okay, who's ever next online, please?
Hello, my name is Raven Amos, A-M-O-S, and I'm a small business owner living in Wasilla. I'm calling on behalf of my husband, who is a regular rider on the Valley Transit buses that your proposed budget seeks to cut. He is a daily rider Monday through Friday because he works in Anchorage. He is one of many hardworking Valley residents who are doing the very same thing, using buses from Valley Transit to get to and from work every day. Now, I know this assembly will present these cuts to Valley Transit that they're proposing as some kind of alleged savings opportunity for the borough, and I'm here to tell you that that is absolutely not the case. According to this budget, you seek a savings by cutting public transit by 25%, while conveniently ignoring that $1 million cut to Valley Transit, or that $1 million that Valley Transit is asking to maintain its current service, that will upend and interfere with, at the very low estimate, over $2.1 million of yearly income brought into the Valley, as represented by those 6 buses and the people that ride them. Now, that's a very low estimate. In common parlance, I'd call that stepping over a dollar to pick up a dime. And remember, that is a lowball estimate based on the lowest ridership count observed, multiplied by the per capita income of Wasilla, which as of 2024 was $39,124. That is $2 return for every $1 you invest into Valley Transit. Bare minimum. I can't think of a single person calling in tonight or who has stood in line for their turn that would turn down a 2-for-1 deal at the grocery store, let alone that the borough interfere with $2.1 million of income coming from Anchorage to the Valley. So unless this assembly is made up of people who would turn down a 2-for-1 special at Fred Meyer, I would urge you to look beyond what simply sounds good on paper and look into the real cost of what you're proposing with these public transit cuts. Thank you.
Next online, please.
Hello, my name is Ruth Wood, and I'm calling from Talkeetna, and I'm usually calling in to say how much I love my library, which I do, and that I hope every assembly member will take a day, a beautiful day maybe, and drive up here and spend some time in our little library and just see how wonderful it is. But the reason I'm calling tonight is about the dogs in Caswell. And I am a former recreational musher. I love dogs, and I've cried every time I've read a story or watched people testify. But one of the things I did was really quickly pulled up the borough code. And the borough code for kennels is written to protect the animal control officer, because it says if you can't interfere with what he's doing, you can't interfere with his investigation, you can't rescue the dog. I mean, I think the borough needs to take a really hard look at your own code, and you have to put something in that protects the dogs and protects citizens who want to do nothing except help the dogs. And there are things we've heard tonight, reports are filed, no records are kept, the person that calls doesn't get a satisfactory answer, and there's no process to allow a concerned citizen that sees something like this happening. There's no process for them to put in a complaint and get an answer, get a response. I mean, someone from animal control should have been going to that kennel every single day from the day the first report was made. The idea that 3 months can go by before the initial complaint and somebody finds 25 dead dogs, I mean, it is the saddest thing I have heard in a long, long time, and it's more than sad. It's really, really, really irresponsible on the borough's part. So I'm glad it's being investigated, but you have to do something to make it where we can prevent this from ever happening again. Thank you.
Next online, please.
Hi, I don't know if it's me that's up next. It's hard to tell.
You're up next. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Kimberly Wells. Good evening to everyone. I live in Anchorage, and I've been a musher since 1997, so obviously you know what I'm calling about. My dogs are very loved and cared for, and they all live inside. I cannot say all that needs to be said any better than anyone before me that's speaking on this topic has said. This is Frederick, Miss Thorson, this is Randall, and a whole bunch of other people. So I'm not going to repeat all of that because everyone's heard it. But these 25 souls that the humans failed so miserably, it just, the numerous people that tried to help, that contacted the rescue groups, that tried to contacted Mat-Su Animal Control since early January to express their concerns and offer help in many forms, were turned away, told to stand down. We won't let the dog, Officer Dickinson says, I won't let the dog starve. It is despicable. All of this is despicable. And all I can say is, all of those 25 souls, they painfully and slowly starved and froze, and it didn't have to happen. It's just simply inexcusable. I'm just practically speechless over this whole thing. I just can't even believe that this was allowed to happen. It's not even the first time. We've heard that Officer Dickinson was involved with the horses starving back in Talkeetna, whatever that was, and these dogs that were starved in the garage. Clearly, nothing is being done. Clearly, nobody's taking this seriously that needs to. And that's over now. That better stop. There better be an investigation, a real serious one, not internally with the Animal Control and Officer Dickinson. Because if there was, we wouldn't be talking about this. We wouldn't see 25 dead dogs and other horrible cases. And this is so senseless. It didn't have to happen. Mat-Su could have done better. You could have fought for the animals. You could have done your job. I'm talking about the animal control people. And actually cared. You could have been heroes. You could have been heroes to save these dogs. Instead, Officer Dickinson, Misty, Reeder, Mark Walker failed deliberately. It's disgusting. Injustice had better be served harshly. Dickinson and whoever else is involved, Reeder, Walker, all of you, or the public is going to raise holy hell. This cannot happen again, and somebody needs to take this seriously with authority. It's got to stop. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said because I could talk for about another 5 hours on this, and I won't do that to you, but somebody better, the heads better roll for this. This is disgusting. Thank you.
Next online, please.
Hello. Hi. My name is Michael Garcia, Garcia. I want to talk about the 25 sled dogs that were starved to death. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who's here. It is much appreciated. To me, I worked with these dogs this summer at Alaska excursions with Mark and Misty. And to be honest, I'm just in shock. I think that Animal Control could have done better. I think that this whole situation should have been avoided. It should have been avoided. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that Misty and Mark get justice. This is wrong. This is not Alaska. This is not the mushing community. The mushing community is horrified by this. This is not us. And I wish I said something, that summer working with them. Mark wasn't always great to his dogs, and in back of my head, I was thinking that Misty would take care of him. And it's just a really unfortunate situation. And I just wish you guys did better. I wish Animal Control did better. This is unacceptable. And I'm going to speak for the dogs that don't have voices. So, thank you.
Next online, please.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Jessica Scalfa, spelled S as in Sierra, C as in Charlie, I as in Indigo, A as in Alpha, L as in Lima, F as in Foxtrot, and A as in Alpha, and I work directly with all of the 25 dogs in this case. This case is very close to my heart. Last summer, I worked with about 175 dogs, but the ones that belong to Mark and Misty, especially Misty Ryder and Mark Walker, really stood out to me. They were different. They didn't look like your typical sled dogs. They were mutts. Mutts who did not care about running and who wanted a comfortable couch to sleep on and to be loved on. I even took one of them in for the season. Her name was Birdie. She and her siblings, even if they weren't biological, including Eeyore, Smudge, Cheese, Vicious, Tilly, Stinky, Pickles, CB, Buzz, Woody, Bo, Noodles, Dutchie, and Rampage. Just a few to name of the 25 dogs that were starved to death. They were some of the sweetest dogs I have ever met in my entire life. The second they saw you walking over, their tails immediately would start wagging, and some would even roll over for belly rubs. They didn't care about anything except being close to you. They would try to climb into your lap, lick your face, and just be near you. They were the kind of dogs that made an impact on you immediately. That is why this is so difficult to speak about, because I didn't know them as part of a group. I just knew them as individuals. I knew the personalities, I knew their energy, and I knew the kind of care that they needed, which was just love. At the end of the season, something changed. I don't know what happened, but these dogs were deprived of the basic care that they depended on. And for the outcome of that is something that should never, ever happen to any animal. What stays to me is the contrast. Who they were when I knew them, which was full of life and love, and what ultimately happened to them. They had no control over this situation. They depended on someone to do the right thing for them. This wasn't something that had to happen. It was very, very preventable. I'm sharing this because I want people to understand that these were not just numbers in a case. They were living beings who mattered. They had personalities, they formed connections, and they deserved care, dignity, and a full life. They didn't have a voice, but I do, and we do. And it's important that we use it, not only to remember them, but to make sure something like this never, ever happens again. Thank you for your time.
You're next online, please. Go ahead, who's ever online.
Hi, is this my line? Can you hear me?
Yes, but you sound
Hello?
far away. Yes. Go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly?
Well, I won't say clearly, but we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Amanda Brooks Henderson, and I own a mushing tour operation called Last Frontier Mushing Co-op, based out of Fairbanks. I've been mushing for 15 plus years. Like the commenter said before me, I'm not saying anything that hasn't been already said, but I hope we keep public commenting going on all night to make sure this never happens again. I want to express my disbelief and deep disgust for the system regarding the tragic case of Caswell 25. These dogs were starved to death due to gross negligence, and as a member of the mushing community, I am heartbroken and outraged by the deliberate acts of animal cruelty that unfolded. I want justice to be served to Misty Redder, Mark Walker, Chad Smith, and Officer Dickinson, and whoever was in charge with animal control. Laws and protocols to ensure that this never happens again. We want to see change. What good is a kennel license if the kennel isn't held to these guidelines? Misty Ritter deliberately starved these dogs, and this was no accident. It was spiteful, intentional act of cruelty. Mark Walker walked away from his dogs knowing he was leaving them to his death. Officer Dickinson dropped the ball and 25 dogs suffered because of his inaction. Animal control turned a blind eye. I urge you to consider the evidence and ensure that those responsible are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The mushing community wants to see action, and we want to see justice for these dogs. Thank you for your call.
We have a next online. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Laura Mullen. I'm calling on behalf of the Caswell 26 tragedy. Our responses and actions will define the reputation of our community, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk. I ask for the immediate resignation of animal control and animal shelter leadership to include Officer Dickinson. Your lack of action and failure to follow through facilitated the death of 25 dogs. Hear me clearly. You have lost the trust of this community. Let me repeat this. You have lost the trust of this community. There is no place for you in Alaska. There is no recovering from this. The community has a vote of no confidence in your abilities. You need to resign. Now is the time to act for needed changes. Contact your state representatives to address animal cruelty laws. No more exemptions. Now is the time for the mushing community and general public to demand an independent review. If this is not done, outside agencies will step in and get it done. Let's stand together right now as Alaskans to take care of our issues. Immediate resignations are in order as a good place to start. Death of the 25 dogs needs to motivate change. It is the least we can do in their honor. No more covering this up. This will no longer be tolerated. Thank you for listening. Again, my name is Laura Mullen, Mullin. Thank you.
We have it online next, please. That's him. That's it? Okay. So one last time for anybody that hasn't testified that still would like to address the assembly. Okay, I don't see any movement, so we'll go ahead and close. Oh, thank you.
Hello, is everybody able to hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Alyeska Gagne, last name spelled G-A-G-N-E. As you can probably guess by now, I am on here to talk about the absolute horrific incident that happened with the 25 and possibly 26 dead sled dogs. As someone who has the privilege to work in the veterinary community of Alaska, I just want to make it known that dogs do not die, easily. It takes a very long time for dogs to die of starvation, hypothermia, anything like that. So the fact that these dogs were starved for so long just goes to show that it was a long, slow, and cruel process. Officer Dickinson needs to be resigned and arrested. And even that wouldn't be just. Justice for Officer Dickinson would include him being in the same situation that those dogs had to go through. But that obviously is not something that can be done. So instead, he should be charged with 25 counts of animal cruelty, because what he did and what the animal control officers did is absolutely unexcusable and needs to be brought to attention. This needs to be a statement that everybody hears, and it is absolutely unacceptable. And as a community who tried to help, I'm saddened for everyone that was turned away, and this needs to be brought to everyone's attention in the community. Thank you for listening.
Got it. Now, Caleb, that's it? Okay. I'm going to close audience participation, and Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 26037, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $28,792.55 from the Alaska State Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Capacity Grant Program and appropriating $2,879.25 and matching funds for firefighter and firefighting equipment, supplies, and communication equipment. With accompanying Resolution 26023, a resolution approving the scope of work and budgets for the Alaska State Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Capacity Grants and matching funds for the fire service areas of Willow, Caswell, Talkeetna, and Sutton. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-37 and resolution 26-023. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone in the audience? The testimony at this time is restricted to this ordinance and this resolution. Okay, seeing no one. Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 26-037 and resolution 26-023.
Okay, discussion by the assembly? Any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2638, an ordinance accepting and appropriating disaster relief funds from the Alaska State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in the amount of $823,135.48 for the January 2022 Matsu windstorm disaster with accompanying resolution 2624, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for disaster relief funds for the January 2002 Matsu windstorm disaster, project number 55030. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 26-038 and resolution 26-024. See, anyone would like to testify on this ordinance or resolution? Okay, see no one, then I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-038 and resolution 26-024.
Discussion by the assembly? Any objection from the assembly? Okay, the legislation then passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2640, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $175,000 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Emergency Management Performance Grant and requesting a reappropriation of $175,000 from the Emergency Management Fiscal Year 2026 operating budget for emergency management wages and benefits, with accompanying resolution 2626, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a grant in the amount of $175,000 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Emergency Management Performance Grant for emergency management wages and benefits. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
We'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-040 and resolution 26-026. Anyone that would like to testify? No sign-up sheet. Nobody online. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-040 and resolution 26-026.
Okay, discussion by the assembly? Any objection from the assembly? Hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2642, an ordinance extending the date of completion on the Palmer High School elevator replacement project through June 30th, 2028, with accompanying resolution 2629. Resolution amending the budgets of the Palmer High School elevator replacement, Finger Lake Elementary School boiler replacement, and Snowshoe Elementary School boiler replacement projects, and approving the scope of work and budget for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough School District deferred maintenance fiscal year 2026 project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 26-042 and resolution 26-029. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone in the audience would like to testify in either one of these? We do not have anybody online. I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-042 and resolution 26-029.
Discussion by the assembly? Any objection by the assembly? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2643, an ordinance to accept and appropriate 2026 Series B taxable general obligation transportation system bonds. Proceeds including issuance cost and additional premium to debt service. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'm open the public hearing on ordinance 26-043. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Is anyone? I don't see any movement. We have nobody online. Okay, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 26-043. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-043.
Okay, discussion by the assembly? Any objection by the assembly? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2644, an ordinance appropriating 2026 Series A general obligation school refunding proceeds for issuance costs. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, we don't have a sign-up sheet. Anyone that would like to testify on ordinance 26-044? Seeing nobody online? Okay, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 26-044. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-044.
Okay, discussion by the assembly? Objection by the assembly? Okay, hearing and seeing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 26045, an ordinance changing the exemption to weight restrictions on the borough roads for essential purposes only. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we do have a sign-up sheet. So the public hearing is now open on ordinance 26-045. Andrew? You're happy with your testimony from earlier? Okay. Anyone else? Anybody online? Okay. We have one person online. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Patricia Fisher. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to 26-045. As it is now presented, just driving today, it was very obvious that the roads have suffered severely this winter and are still suffering from the freeze, thaw cycles, from rain, snow. They're very soft, and they're susceptible to large, heavy vehicles. There's large potholes, torn up surfaces everywhere you go. The torn up roads have made an impact on my car, on the tires, the axles, and it's going to continue if I believe if we pass this ordinance as it stands. It needs to be adjusted such that there are it should not just allow for exceptions, but only for emergencies, minor. That's the first thing. It should be rewritten. I believe Mr. Trexler said some changes need to be made. One of the things that I have heard is that one of the assembly members said, well, this was preventing his family from working year-round by having these restrictions. Well, that is just so very sad. Of course, it means the rest of us, the people who pay the taxes in the valley, have to work year-round to pay the taxes for road damages. I feel very sorry for poor Mr. Fauna's family because they cannot work year-round, but I am more concerned for the rest of us taxpayers in the valley. I ask you to please reject or make major changes to this legislation so that it will protect our roads. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Have anybody else in line? No? We do? Oh. I need to phrase the question better. Yes, Moki, you want to come up? Yeah. I need to phrase, I think I asked you both a yes and a no question, and so you don't.
Okay.
So my apologies. Okay, go ahead.
So what I would
State your
say
name,
that
please.
is if we're
State
having an
your name.
ordinance for the, I think it's a good idea to have oversight on the weight restrictions in the Mat-Su Borough by allowing a process to allow somebody with a heavy truck access to do whatever they need to do is a much better deal for the citizens and the person, so they don't have to do it in the middle of the night or something like that. This would give them time to make sure that the route they chose and this and that is all approved or not approved. So I'm for it. Huh?
Okay, no, Moki, I don't know that you said your name, did
Can you
he?
come and state your name, Moki?
Moki too.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, but 5 years from now, somebody's gonna look up the tape and say, who was it that spoke? And we're all gonna be gone by that time. So, we have nobody online. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And let's see, Assemblyperson Sumner, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-045, if I could speak to it.
Mhm.
So, prior to the weight restrictions, we passed ordinance 26-020, which allowed an exemption process during seasonal weight restrictions, and it levied a fine. Our goal was to allow a path of compliance for people that need to get business done, but also disincentivize people that are, scoffing the law and hauling oversized loads with the implementation of the fine. Since we passed the original ordinance, it's come to our, there's been a lot of talk back and forth in the assembly about this. I'm sure you guys have seen all the motions and postponements and all that. The RSA board has passed a resolution, and I took that resolution from the RSA board, the big board, and I sent it to the planning department. They drafted this ordinance. It was a rush, so we get it out the door to get on the next assembly meeting. But this is reflective of what the RSA board wanted. Now, since we drafted this, actually, the manager has implemented quite a bit of policy that reflects a lot of what's already in this ordinance. I think it's probably bad to pass a bunch of extra code that is unnecessary when we can handle it with policy. So there are some edits I would propose to this ordinance as it's written. But I'm open to some discussion before we start amending it.
Yep, discussion, Assemblyperson Ponock and then Bowles.
Yeah, if we're going to do it, and we're going to make changes, one of the primary thing I think is if we take the compliance factor from people who are operating, what was midnight runs and make them more compliant with this as it's written, it won't give them that path. So we're just going to stay with the way that it was. The thing that I will support and I will be asking for the section F for the damages. I think that's something that we should amend in place. But everything else, how it's currently being managed by manager and the process they take to review each permit before apply, I think that's done correctly. I do know that with the other thing that we have coming up in I think in July's meeting, we'll be able to also revisit this ordinance to see with when season's completed to see what other additional amendments we made. But at this time, I would like to see the section F to be implemented to the ordinance, but everything else stay as it has written. So that would be my request and my amendment to this case.
So was that an amendment or no? Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could ask for maybe the manager to give a synopsis of the stipulations for the permit that have been enacted already, or maybe it would be Wade, perhaps. I don't know.
I would like to phone a friend. Wade, if you'd come up and join us, I have a feeling they'll ask you more detailed questions that I have answers to. So if you could, Wade, just provide a basic staff report on the process and what we're doing.
Appreciate it. Wade Long, Development Services Manager through the mayor. Right now, as of today, there's been 19 applications. One was a test. One was a reschedule and 2 are pending. So we have issued 15 active permits. At least 2, perhaps 3 were given conditions initially that they could move before 11 a.m. The one subsequent to that were just issued without conditions. Right now, whenever an applicant applies online and pays the $100 fee, The application is sent over to O&M. The road supervisors will make a determination if the to and from have reasonable road conditions. They'll approve or deny the permit, and then that's transmitted over to the permit center, where we will either issue the permit to the applicant with any conditions that are attached to it, or we will send a denial at this time letter. If you wanted information, I don't know if you want information on there has been questions before about the RSAs that were affected. And so far there's been 8 that have been affected, 17, 9, 14, 21, 16, 19, 28, and 27.
Assemblyperson Planoff, did you have?
So it sounds like each of them is being reviewed individually, and it's not just pick, click, and move. It sounds like you're implementing certain conditions. As it sits now, do you see any need for us to write any additional rules besides the way you are currently managing? Because it sounds like you are taking a very individual approach as the way you guys implementing this.
Well, you guys are the rule makers, and far be it for me to restrict that. But the manager's policy that he's implemented has been pretty effective and well received, is my understanding. We are allowed to give conditions, and even one applicant, the condition to operate before 11, and we actually have to notify them either yay or nay within 1 business day per the manager's direction. And so even when we said, please operate before 11 a.m., the applicant went ahead and just rescheduled for another day so that he could make that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Gamble?
Thank you, Wade. I'm more interested in what you do to follow up after the permit is issued and the load's been moved. What are you doing for enforcement?
Well, for enforcement, there isn't a way to enforce on any damage or anything like that. Well, we have gotten a call so far, one call that there was an overweight vehicle on a borough road, and that was somebody that had come from downstate and accidentally took a wrong turn and immediately corrected off of it. So we did not issue a $1,000 fine. It was probably about 2 minutes worth of accidental travel. We used officer discretion to not issue the fine, but outside of that, there hasn't been any circumstance where enforcement would arise.
Okay. Earlier tonight, did Assemblyperson Bowles have his hand raised earlier?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
I think I told him I was going to phone off and then come back to him, but I didn't make it back to him. So, okay, over here. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for me, I was just going to say that I agree with Member Fanoff. F really, it's all important, but that's really important to me that if in this process road damage occurs, culvert damage occurs, that the onus is not on the taxpayer, that the person with the permit or that company with the permit is who's responsible for fixing the road. So, however this may move tonight, it sounds like F is going to stay in there. So, I am in favor of that.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
It's long been my contention that heavy, multiple repeated trips with like dump trucks are what I've seen cause road damage. Have you guys had any reports of overweight dump trucks running on the roads so far this season?
We've received 0 reports of overweight dump trucks. These, so far, the permit holders have been just hauling excavators or well drilling equipment, but there's actually been 0 calls about overweight dump trucks so far, which is quite different from last year.
That's good to hear. So we may have actually done something that may be positive for the community with this ordinance, perhaps.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Fanoff.
So, I would like to things to be remaining as same with amendment striking everything that is black except leaving the section F, which will put very strict obligation for any damages. And I think that's written there very extensively. And then continue have the implementing the managers at the manager's way, the way it has been implemented, because it sounds like it's been so.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
If I could clarify with you, Assemblymember Fonoff, on page 3, there's some parts, if you look down there at number B2, there's some highlighted areas that are being inserted, but there's areas being stricken. So if you're wanting the word starting point and point where to travel, you just say every change recommended, or delete every change except F.
Okay, we're looking at what you said, page 3. I'm 3 of 4 is where the section F begins. What's the what am I missing?
It's number B2 near the bottom of the page. It says starting point and point where traveling to is also being deleted.
Okay, I don't know if I'm looking at the exact same one. Is this the one that's the 4 pages over here? The 0 of 4 5?
It's page 3.
Okay. Okay, my page 3 starts with certified mail return upon request. I don't know if there's a different
Yeah,
version.
if you go further down, B2,
B2, okay.
and then the highlight or the caps and bracks means that language is getting deleted. If you're not wanting that language deleted, you would just move a motion to delete all changes to the ordinance except for section F.
I will, I understand that what you're saying. Yeah, I want to leave that the way it was. So we will, part of amendment would be to leave the way it was, that in the parentheses, and then remove the primary route, alternate route, and and applicable. So it'll be very clean. Just the section F is going to be added to our existing code.
Okay, so now the discussion will be on the amendment, right? So Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Yeah, so for clarification, section F includes section 3, B2, with a change adding primary route and alternate route if applicable. So if we just leave section F intact, then that would stay in there, correct?
So if I could, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
The section F that I'm looking at to be remaining is starts on page 2.
Right?
And there's nothing underneath section F other than F.
Yeah, there's.
And then it goes into section 3.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
So the Assemblyperson, I think McKee had her light on first, sir.
Yeah, so can I ask Assemblymember Fono, why do you object to the new language, primary route, alternate route if applicable, and wanting to leave the other language, and why is that important to you?
The reason, if you're moving from one direction, there's sometimes traffic accidents happen. So if you have to take a different road or nearby route, then you're technically violating a permit, and there has to be a room for road closure or anything else. So I do think you're gonna probably, it's common sense, you're gonna use the shortest route, but sometimes that route for some reason is not applicable.
I think, however, for me, the primary route and the alternate route is more specific, as you could say starting point and ending point and go anywhere. I mean, that's what that feels like to me. Yeah? So I like the primary route and alternate route, because if it's applicable, there could always be something in there that you could insert that would say, talking about extraordinary circumstances or something, an accident on the road or something like that. Other than that, I'm liking that.
Okay. Assemblyperson Summer, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's important that if we're going to make people liable for the damages, and then we are going to do post inspections, that we know the route that they're traveled on. So I think that I'm going to make a secondary amendment that we keep on page 3, section B, number 2, the changes there, primary route, alternate route, if applicable, and deleting starting point and point we're traveling to. And I would just say, Mr. Farnoff, I think the manager's done a pretty exemplary job of administering this permit so far. So we would leave him the latitude to put in any language on the permit necessary for, extenuating circumstances during travel.
Okay, so now we have a second.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, so we have a secondary amendment, so the discussion will be on the secondary amendment. Go ahead, Assemblyperson Nowers.
Yeah, I think can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
My issue with the damages is, and speaking to the secondary amendment, and sort of the primary too, is the damages that we're talking about are the ones that are immediately visible, and what we do know is that the higher truck traffic and from the studies that the heavier trucks that you put on overload, you could significantly shorten the life of the road, and that's going to fall on the taxpayer. And I don't really see any way in here to account for that. Like if they tear up the road right away and we see it, we can go make them repair it, and that's good. But if they're shortening the life of it, that's the taxpayer that's picking up that cost. So I just think the more we limit it to essential only, and that's what this ordinance does, that protects the people of the borough as much as possible. Otherwise, if we take everything else out, you could do it for convenience, even as much as you put conditions on it. So I'll be opposing the secondary amendment, but really I'm just opposing the primary. I think we should keep the other things that are in this ordinance in there.
Further discussion on the secondary amendment. Okay, is there objection? I think I heard that from Assemblyperson Nowers. So, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Madam Mayor, the secondary amendment passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed. We're on the primary amendment as amended.
Okay, discussion on the primary amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I mean, I think just in response to Mrs. Nauer's reticence to pass this edited as Mr. Farnoff's proposed for the primary amendment, I think that we have some anecdotal evidence that, just at the lack of people complaining about overweight dump trucks this season, that we may have had a positive impact. The goal, Mr. Farnoff's goal with this ordinance was not to was to reduce and limit the damage to the roads while still allowing a path for compliance and for commerce to happen. And I think that it's too early to say whether it's been a success or not. Hopefully, at the end of the season, we will have some more evidence, and then we can assess. Maybe we do want to restrict it to essential. Maybe we do want to restrict it to emergencies. Maybe we want to get rid of it entirely. Maybe it was a resounding success, and that would be the time to make those decisions.
Okay. So there is objection to...
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to quickly respond, I mean, I respect that, but I also feel like the evidence is pretty clear that this damages the roads when you put heavy trucks on it, and it particularly damages the roads at breakup. So I don't feel, and the reason I vote against this, I don't feel like the borough needs to do an experiment to find out that putting heavy trucks on is damaging to the roads and the taxpayer is going to pay more. So the more we can limit that, which is the route everybody else seems to have gone with the state, the better I think it is for the taxpayer and the life of our roads. So I'm willing to allow exceptions for emergencies to kind of have that trade-off. But I think at the end of the day, this is going to cost the taxpayer money, because the long-term damage is going to come out of the taxpayer pocket. So I just don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. The evidence is already out there that this does damage. So I think we've talked about it, but that's where I sit on it.
Okay, further discussion. So we do have objection. So Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the primary amendment.
Did we not vote for primary amendment yet?
We just voted on the secondary.
Okay.
Assemblymember Nowers,
No.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers and Gamble opposed.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion as amended. Discussion? Do we have objection? We do?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, well, you were sort of shaking your head, so then I realized. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I would urge the other assembly members to, I guess I'd just throw it out there one more time for one last vote my amendment would be to add the things back in that were stricken by the previous amendment. And I'd urge one more thoughtful vote to have those things in there that Mr. Sumner had in there. So that's my amendment.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, that would just be a reconsideration of the last vote, so that would be out of order.
Right, yeah. Okay, further discussion? And I guess there is objection to the main motion, the main ordinance as amended, right, Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Nowers,
Yes.
on the main motion to adopt the ordinance.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fanoff opposed.
Okay. 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 Let's see, we have another public hearing, do we, ma'am?
Got ordinance 26046, an ordinance amending MSB 3.28 to increase the property owner ballot threshold for contiguous local improvement districts from 54% to 67%. And if you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Do not have a sign-up sheet. I will open the public hearing on ordinance 26-046. Do we have anybody? Okay, I don't see anybody. Do we have anybody? We do not have anybody online. Okay, Assemblyperson Bolts.
Your motion to adopt ordinance 26046.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 26-046, and if I could speak to it.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, last month, maybe it's been 2 months now, Assemblymember Nowers and I co-sponsored an ordinance very similar, had quite a bit of discussion up here, quite a few amendments. It get, in my opinion, kind of messy. So this is a bit of a cleanup and do-over. So this this ordinance only raises the threshold and the petition and the voting threshold to 67%. It does not add language that the previous ordinance had, where it would make ballots that were not returned count as a no vote. So this is very clean. This accomplishes some of what I was hoping to achieve, and honestly the main part, and that was raising the threshold to protect people's property rights. I think, in my opinion, this is a good compromise, and I hope that the other assembly members do as well. Thank you.
Okay, I think we did have an amendment. Did we pass out Assemblyperson Nowers? Did you want to?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'd like to move to amend ordinance 26-046 by striking 67% and inserting 75% throughout the legislation.
Okay.
And I can briefly
Did you want to speak to
that. Yes. I do think we are, we've talked about this a lot. We're trying to find a good balance here because of the concerns Mr. Bowles and others have expressed of people losing their property because they can't pay the fee for an LID that they didn't want, and that's the worst case scenario. So I think the 75% is a good balance when we are not
we're not going to count those unreturned ballots as no votes. So we're compromising on the unreturned ballots, but I think we need that higher percentage to protect people and ensure that the vast majority are on board with a fee that all of them are going to pay.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly? Assemblyperson Fano?
I don't know if a manager would know this, or maybe Shannon would know this. If I may ask, because we sometimes throw arguments, but without based on facts, is there been a case that we were foreclosing property specifically because the LIDs have not been paid? And if you have, how many have we had? Because I know we've done quite a bit through the years for the taxes, and I think it does come on a separate bill. So I want to know if there has been a foreclosure because of the LID specific on the property and how often it was.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bono, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. In the past, we have foreclosed on LIDs, but by the time they get to tax sale or even to clerk's deed, they have paid out. We currently have one that's in clerk's deed, but is also delinquent in taxes and subject to the foreclosure process through the taxes.
So the question is basically they would have to be significant behind, and a lot of those, the one example that you brought up is they're behind on their property taxes as well, correct?
They're also behind on their property taxes too.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Yes.
I had a
Assemblyperson
follow-up
Sumner?
question for Cheyenne. So, to the best of your recollection, can you recall any instance where we, in your tenure, where we have sold a property and a person could not get their property, an LID property back by paying the back taxes on that LID?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner. In the time that I've been here, we have sold one property through the tax foreclosure process. That was an LID. That property was designated as a park, and there was the subdivision or the homeowners association owned it, and nobody came forward to pay that property out.
Okay, thank you. So, if I could say, I guess I should say that, it's not true that the government is taking people's property because they're not paying their LID bills in the recent history.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles?
So I understand that nobody has lost their property and property hasn't been sold, but my understanding is there's been quite a few property owners that have had to go through the foreclosure process. And also on top of that, correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody is forced into this because they didn't want it, and it happens anyways, if they don't have enough money to pay the potential $8,500 up front, they then have to go on a loan to the borough at prime +2. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bowles. Yes, that is correct. We, in the legislation that sets the LID, we put in the interest rate at prime +2. So it's disclosed at the time the LID is assessed. Now, this is how the foreclosure process works with an LID. If an LID is more than 90 days delinquent at December 31st, it starts the process. And I believe this was covered in a manager's weekly post. We can have several LIDs that are delinquent. Part of the process is we send a courtesy letter that's not part of the foreclosure process, but we do it. When that letter goes out, many of those LIDs are paid current, and so they don't even start the foreclosure process. And then, of course, if they don't pay, then they do start into the petition phase, but they can still pay out before it's even signed by the court.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so, yes, it's a concern of mine that somebody could potentially lose their property, but it's also a concern of mine that somebody that doesn't want natural gas plumbed to their house is forced into this and paying essentially 9% interest rate on a loan they didn't ask for because this government code allows one private company to put natural gas line in. So I would ask for your support in just raising this to 67%, oh, excuse me, I understand there's amendment, so.
The amendment is
yep, so,
75,
okay.
and that's what you're supposed to be
Yep,
talking
so
about.
I'll speak to that, and I'll speak to that concern and not talk about the percentage. Thank you.
Yeah, the amendment is to 75%, and that's what we should be discussing, sorry. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be opposed to this amendment because I think 67% is a reasonable compromise. It's a supermajority, and as far as NSTAR being regulated, being a private company, it is a private company, but it's also a regulated utility. So it's not quite like it's just some capitalist robber barons out there trying to steal from people. But so yeah, opposed to this amendment.
Okay, so yes.
Madam Mayor.
Person McKee, can I, let me get Assemblyperson McKee and then I'll come to you, Assemblyperson Nowers, please.
Yeah, I think we've been through the wars, and I refer to the lake management plans and anything, and as Max said, this is, or somebody said, this is a super majority, but 75% is a super majority. And I, as personally, if I don't want the service and I've already paid for it, for everything that I've got on that land, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and says, now you have to put in whatever, and we're going to charge you more. No, by the way, if you don't pay it, we're going to take your land. I don't like that at all. So this at least eliminates it. It puts a little bit further up there so that you got to have more people on board. You'll have fewer problems if you got 75, because 50 sucked. I mean, it really did, or 54, or whatever it was. But this, you're going to have a lot less animosity and argument, I think, if you go 75, because you can't. It's pretty hard to argue with that. I would still argue, but it'd be harder.
Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the 67% I could support if we were counting unreturned votes as no votes. But when you take that out, you potentially end up with a case again where you might have a far smaller percentage than 67% approve something. So, example I would give is if you have 20 properties and 5 of them don't return ballots, then you've only got 15 to count and you only need 10 to be in favor. So 10 people could decide for 20. So that's why, because we're no longer counting the unreturned ballots as no votes, that's why I think you need the 75% higher level to ensure just what Ms. McKee was talking about.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Fano?
I think, Mr. Bowles, when we kind of tabled the other one, I think the intent and the kind of agreement that we made that 2/3 is a good balance, and that's why, even though I was the original proponent of 54, but the clean 2/3 was a good. Even me and you privately talk about 66 or 67%. It's very seldom probably that makes a difference, but I'll vote against this one because originally what we discussed is where I would want to see this one ended up to be. So
Assemblyperson Bowles?
So I was just going to, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, thank you, Assemblymember McKee. I would love to see 75%, but I think we've already discussed this, and I think the compromise is there at 67%. I don't know if we can get there at 75, so I am going to support the original 67% because I have a very good feeling that will move forward, and then maybe later we can bring this up again. So.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Just to be clear, on the 67% versus the 75%, the 67 has the no votes on unreturned ballots, where the 70...
Yeah, it would be, whatever else is there is still there, whether you do 75 or 67, because that's the only thing that's changing is the percentage.
So no vote for unreturned will not be in either one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only the percentage that's changing, not the counting of the ballots and et cetera. Okay. Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to support this amendment I've always had a problem with us, speaking of robber barons, us having to pay Instar to bring us something to sell to us. There's just something fundamentally wrong with doing that. And so I think 75% is a mark, or if people get to 75%, then I'm good with the LAD at that percentage.
Assemblyperson Bowles?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I have to say that this is, I think that this is great. I think this shows people out there, and hopefully they're listening, that the Assembly is supportive of property rights, private property rights. So I'm I'm on board with 75% now. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. We ready to vote?
No.
I think we have an objection. Oh, I'm sorry.
My concern is that we are slowing down the potential development. Remember, anytime there's a gas line, these lots become worth more. They have ability to up. So, and it's not like they have to hook up. That line is there, so it's an option to hook up. I do think I don't know how that's even possible. We went from 54 now to 75. That whole thought was to get to the 2/3, and I would surely hope that Mr. Bowles, you will not flip on us when it comes to what we previously kind of said. We want to have a clean change, and now we're kind of with. I think that's a very against development, against pro-healthy growth. LIDs are going to be take a big hit. It would be very difficult to get one through with 75%.
Assemblyperson Bowles and then Assemblyperson Gamble.
Assemblymember Fonoff, I understand what you're saying, and yes, prior to this discussion, I was locked into 67% because after speaking with two assembly members, I was confident that that was going to raise this, but I think it was very clear 2 months ago, I wanted 100%. I don't think anybody should ever be forced into purchasing something they don't want because the government is forcing them into buying something. That is just goes against every conservative membrane of my body. So I understand what you're saying. I am not flipping on you. I am looking out for my fellow residents. And that's that's how I see this. We are protecting property rights here. And please don't take this as me flipping on you. I'm looking out for those that just do not want government infringement on their private property.
Okay. Assemblyperson Gamble and then McKee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and regardless of whether you hook up to the line or not to your property, if it comes across your property, you're part of that LID, you still have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, I guess I go back to, thank you, Mike, for your comments, and Bill as well. I just think, I'm like you, 100%. If I don't want it, I don't want it. But we're not going to be allowed, I guess, to do that. So a little less pain, and as I say, it's harder to argue with 75. So I'm not flipping either, but I, like you, I'd have gone for 100%. I don't want to do something I don't want to do.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'll make last comment. There's example that I know somebody who wanted to do an LID, and the neighbor said, "We'll never hook it up. We've got gas stoves or whatever it is." But I believe at that time, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 years, but as soon as a person was able to run a gas through their property who lived at the end of the road, 3 years passed in a couple days, all the applications started coming in and the freeloaders started rolling in. We're going to be somebody who really wants it will pay for it, and other people will start tapping into it. And it doesn't, I don't think it's fair to the person who ends up paying for the stuff. So 2/3 is a very healthy, I don't know if there's any other measurements that is measured by more than 2/3. That is a super majority. I do hope that that is enough of change between 54 to 67.
Okay, we're ready to vote, and we do have an objection. So
If I can get the members in the room voting on changing 67% to 75%. Assemblymember Nowers.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Sumner opposed.
Okay. So now we are back to the next audience participation.
Main motion, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on the main motion now that it's changed to 75%. Is there any objection?
No objection. Amendment. I'd like to make amendment to make it a 70%.
70%. Okay. Discussion on making, yes, Assemblyperson Bowles.
I just object.
Pardon?
I object.
Okay. Alrighty. So can we have voting then?
I can get the members on the room to vote from changing it from 75 to 70.
So it's reducing it, okay?
Striking 75% and inserting 70.
So it's reducing the percentage, okay? Everybody understand that?
Assemblymember Bernier. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Fanoff and Sumner in support.
Okay. Now before us, we have the motion to adopt with the 75%. Do we still have objection? We do. Okay. So we're
If
ready
I
to
can get
go
the
ahead and
members in the
vote.
room to go ahead and vote on the main motion.
That's all right. No, good. It's getting close to 10 o'clock. We got to help each other here.
Assemblymember Nowers.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it is passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed.
Alrighty. Now we are, okay. Now we are to the second audience participation. So if you didn't speak at the first audience participation, you're welcome to speak now. And we do have a sign-up sheet, and Wayne is coming to talk to us.
It's already on.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
Wayne Whaley with Denali North. I gotta admit, it's been, the last time I was before the assembly was I was downstairs. So we just found out yesterday that we were having some opposition to our item AM 26041, a section line vacation. And I mainly came to just, I provided the handout that they said they did receive it. I sent it on the email today. Just a little extra information about this particular spot. I started working on this with the original owner, David Talkich. He'd been there since '88, and he's trying to sell his house. And I've now inherited Mr. Calloway as my new client. So I have been working on this for almost a year and a half. And I really feel like the plating department did a good job. All the people that are being involved, including the people that mentioned they were having problems with it, were at those hearings and had a chance to talk. And I think even with the original client, we tried some other resolutions that didn't work. But I was the first one to discover that there really wasn't any section lines in this area. The people patented like 10 years before they surveyed it, and a section line cannot attach until it's surveyed. So therefore, there was no section line easements. And I've been surveying out here for about 43 years. And I've been surveying since '77, almost the time frame we're talking about. And those old surveyors, this was an Eagle River surveyor that did this plat, they would put those section lines on just because they thought they were there. They didn't have the research techniques. I helped write the research techniques in '83 with our standards of practice. That's how we develop a section line, or determine if it's a 33-foot patent reservation, or a 33-foot section line, or a 50-foot. 50-foot is state only. This particular easement is labeled section line, but it doesn't have a dimension, but it does scale 50. It was never a state patent, so it's really mixed up. So I'm here mainly for anybody that has questions. I provided about as much information I can to the planning department and the additional that I sent to you guys today. And this is not a feasible developable easement. It's a ski slope. I mean, it's probably bedrock once it leaves Mr. Callaway's house there. Bedrock's at 20 feet in his well. I'm guessing it's solid bedrock behind him. And you can see some of that in the erosion of the big drainage thing that runs through there. So I'm mainly here to, in case everybody doesn't understand easements and section line easements. So therefore, it became a platted easement. So that's why it's only up to the borough to deal with it. So that's all I really have. I just tried to give you guys a little information from the other side of the coin. So hope that helps you with making the decisions. And thank you for your time.
Anyone else that would like to testify? And your audience participation on any item, whether it's on the agenda or not. Okay, do we have anybody online? Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and close audience participation. We are now to the consent agenda, and we have 2 items pulled. Is there anything else that anybody else wants to pull? Oh, yeah, and Deputy Mayor, we need to extend the off hours.
I move to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any objection to extending the meeting till 10:30? Don't see anybody. Okay. And I don't think anything else is going to be pulled, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 2631, a resolution establishing the minimum level of funding for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough School District from local sources for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027. Resolution 33, a resolution directing the manager to acquire land on Wolf Lake from the Alaska State Department of Natural Resources to develop and manage a park for public purposes. Resolution 2636, a resolution directing the manager to determine the costs and requirements associated with subdividing the Tenina Elementary School property into multiple lots for the purpose of a land sale to the YMCA of Alaska and the Tenina Community Council for a public purpose. AM 2640, approval of additional utility relocation costs of $75,850 to Matanuska Electric Association for the Crimson View Drive, South Vermilion Drive, South Fallow Drive, and South Okra Drive reconstruction project in South Colony Road Service Area number 16 and extend the completion date to August 31st, 2026. AM 2642, awarded bid number 125B to Tutka in the contract amount of $1,897,024.41 to construct Phase 1 Fern Street upgrades and pathways. AM 2643 awarded proposal number 26138P to Lounsbury and Associates in the contract amount of $175,220 to provide construction management services for Phase 1 Fern Street upgrades and pathway improvements. And AM 2644, approval of election officials for the November 3rd, 2026 regular borough election.
Deputy Mayor,
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
are there any objections? Okay, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. And who pulled what on the consent agenda?
The first item is AM 2633, awarded contract number 26143C to McKenna Brothers Paving in the contract amount of $1,232,145.33 for Big Lake Road Service Area annual road maintenance, and it was pulled by Assemblymember McKee.
Okay, Assemblymember McKee.
Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
as before, I have my business has business with McKenna, and I would ask to be recused from this vote.
Okay, yes, please. Anyone else?
Madam
Assemblyperson
Mayor,
Connell. Pardon?
Point of order, if Mr. Sumner is going to recuse himself, I believe Assemblymember Fanov needs to recuse himself. also.
Yeah, he raised his hand there, but I just haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, I talked to Mayor and then I talked to Borough Manager. I directly have not done any business with them, but my family has, who independently own. But out of that respect, I will recuse myself, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, already, and now I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney, what are you saying?
He's being
Okay.
bossy tonight. Go ahead.
Oh, you two got private signals going on here. So Assemblyperson McKee, if you will move now AM 26033, and then we can discuss.
All right, I move AM 26-033 and would like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead.
I actually think that this should be pulled from the agenda. I really do, because I think that what we did before, what this assembly did before, when the bid was awarded as to a responsible bidder with the lowest weighted bid, and that was the Two's Construction, I was appalled that we made a decision based more on feelings than facts. And I think we kind of massacred the bidding process when we did that, because maybe Russ out of a job if we don't need, I mean, if we can just second guess everything he does, we don't evaluate these contracts, he does. And when he tells me it's a good thing, Russ is a good guy, an honest man, knows what he's doing, I'm okay with that. So I was disturbed that we as a body took that right away from Russ. And a couple of weeks after that, we gave a contract to Ficklin Construction, and he had some difficulties, but he showed up and said mea culpa and all that kind of thing. And we said, okay, dude, you got it. Well, Two's was like 11 or 12 years ago, and Ficklin was like 1 year ago, so that didn't make any sense to me. I voted against Ficklin only as a protest vote to show how awful I thought this vote was against Two. Because again, I think it's based more on, it's pretty obvious that there is some animosity. Big Lake is I don't know what word to use to describe. They're very contentious, and there are very strong factions on each side. But I when I looked at this thing, I said, I believe the people that voted against Two's Construction were basing it more on subjectivity. Yeah, was there a problem with the contract? Yeah, there was. But he did his mea culpas many years ago, dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, made the proper bid, and unfortunately it was voted down. I believe strongly in voting facts rather than feelings. If the devil himself had kind of gotten a low bid on this thing and met all the criteria, I would say, okay, you're on. So I feel that it really pokes some holes in the bidding process, which could be used to make adverse determinations in future just by referring back to what we did there. I've done a lot of research on this. I got a letter from Mr. Kraft. He explained to me how all of the process went. I believe it was done properly. And then I talked to Mr. Two, and I'm very transparent. You want to ask me what I think, I'll tell you absolutely. And I'll say the same thing to everyone. Moki had mentioned something about getting some letters of commendation, and indeed he did. And I'm just going to very briefly read these in, not in total, but they're letters dating back to around the time when Mr. Two had this contract that was in question. Big Lake Community Council, they said, formally acknowledge the outstanding work of your company. Passed with this motion passed the Big Lake Community Council unanimously. That was in 2013. In 2014, again, Big Lake Community Council said that they were formally acknowledging the exceptional work of Mr. Two's company and the crews have been providing those of us who live in the community of Big Lake. Passed again, unanimous consent. Next year time was March 11th, and this is saying again, motion made by the Board of the Big Lake Community Council to formally acknowledge the exceptional work your company and crew has been providing those of us who live here, blah, 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 unanimous passage. 2016, this is the Big Lake Community Council again, and they say, they concluded with an overwhelming vote of support to show favor and thank you for your services tended to our community. Your attentiveness to our needs and professional services to our roads are greatly appreciated. Next one is 2016. This is from the city of Wasilla, a guy named Anthony Leone. Talked about when all was said and done, they did an excellent job, responded immediately, stayed until the job was completed. He answers his phone and meets with me within the hour. and Two's has met or exceeded our expectations and recommends him for any job he's equipped to handle. And then finally, and this is a big mamu right here, the Big Lake Chamber of Commerce 2014, Business of the Year. This is for Two's Inc. in appreciation of service to the Big Lake community. So a lot of the stuff that I heard from the dais here doesn't sound like what these people, the rest of the people, that may have been one faction, but here's a bunch of people here in official capacity on letterhead that said, no, we like what he did. So what do I think should be done about this thing? I think that we ought to, I think it alters the bidding process. When you say, okay, now we're going to take this guy, and he probably, what good would it do him ever to bid for another RSA 21 contract again, given the current makeup at the dais? It was like, why would you bother? But yet he could. So if he did this again and he comes up again next year and bids on RSA 21 or for the next time that goes, does he do that? Do we let him do that? Or just tell him just bust off and, we don't want to hear from you. So I don't think that's fair. And I don't think that it's fair to the bidding process. I think that we shouldn't have just gone to the second guy down, who was the second lowest bidder, because by that time he had all the info, everything that Moki did to do his due diligence on his bidding was completely available to everybody else. That Moki didn't have that available to him when he started out this thing. So I would say that I wish we could redo what we did. I don't know that there's any process to do that and just say, Moki, you got the job because you earned it and you deserved it. If we can't do that, then we need to say, put it out for bid for construction, again, to everybody who bid, including Mr. Two. And let it go like that. I don't see any other fair way to do it, because to adulterate the bidding process, to me, is dangerous. It tells the public out there, well, you know what? It could, that they could say, well, you're not very transparent because here's your rules, and then you just violate
Can
them.
you wrap it up a little bit? So.
Well, sure, I can. You can tell I'm passionate about this because I've never seen anything like this. So my whole thing is put it back. If you can't give it to Mr. Two, put it back out there and give it to everybody. Everybody has a shot, including Mr. Two. And now I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, comments?
Yes, I'm in favor of directing staff to put this out for rebid. And the reason being is we have a bidding process in place. Low bid is the winner. Unless we like the second guy better, then we can award it to him. And that doesn't make the Mat-Su Borough look any good. So I think we need to do the right thing and put this out to bid.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Of course, there's going to be more discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Dee and Ron, I appreciate your comments. There's been a lot of discussion here tonight about representation of your constituents, in your district, the borough, and doing what's in the best interest of the borough. And this contract being awarded to McKenna Brothers tonight is a reflection of what the vast majority of my constituents in RSA 21 want done. They want a contractor that they know, that they trust, and that they believe in, and McKenna Brothers are those. And I'm getting to that, Dee. Okay, so the contracts, even though Moki might have been a little bit lower they were close anyways, but after renegotiation, they're even closer. The manager was able, through Russ Kraft, to renegotiate some other prices down and do an even better job. So now my constituents in RSA 21 are going to get a contractor that they know, they trust, can do the job because they've been doing it, and they're getting it at a fair price. And the RSA 21 board and the vast majority of my constituents, not all of them, but the vast majority, are willing to pay a little bit more to get a better service. And I believe that this contract actually reflects that. And as to these letters, I know Mr. Kramer, who wrote 3 of these letters. I know him personally. I've known him for years and years and years. And I dare to say, if you go back and ask him now about how he feels about Moki 2, these would not be a reflection of how he feels about Moki 2. So I think those aren't even worth the paper that they're written on. So I urge my fellow assembly members to approve this contract to McKenna Brothers, and let's just get on with the budget business. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Okay. Yeah, did you have your hand up? Assemblyperson Bowles?
So just for clarification to the deputy mayor, so your intent is just to put this back out to that RSA, the entire rebidding process, and then they come back again with their low bid. So it may be McKenna, it may be Mookie, it may be Sumner. Okay, so this isn't necessarily saying no to McKenna. This is just you asking just to send it back to the RSA and let's just redo the process. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's do the right thing.
Okay, so I think we have an objection, right? Assemblyperson Gamble?
Yeah, so if we do that, then we're going to be right back where we were before. Moki's probably going to be the low bidder again. McKenna Brothers is just going to be a little bit higher. And then we're going through the whole consternation of the RSA 21. It's already done this whole process. I mean, they went through this and they evaluated Moki and they evaluated McKenna Brothers in their testimony there. And the people said, you know, yeah, Moki is lower, but we don't care about that. We're willing to pay a little bit more to get a contractor that we know and that we trust. And that, you know, there's character and there's integrity involved in here. And I didn't want to go here, but I'm gonna, when we're talking about character and everything, there was a state trooper and an FBI and an APD raid about 2 weeks ago at the Jasmine Spa, one of several massage parlors in
I don't
Anchorage
think
and the Valley.
that's-
Hold
is that
on, Mayor.
pertaining-
It goes to the character of the contractor. And I think that that is a valid issue right now. And
It's
so
not.
Mr. Two owns that building.
I'm concerned that
Okay.
that doesn't have anything to do with the
It has to
contract.
do with the character of the contractor, and that should be part of the evaluation process. Looking at the history of the individual.
Well, I don't know if he has been charged.
I didn't say he was. I said he owned the building.
You said what?
Well,
What
I
did you
just said
say?
he owned the building where it was located. And
Yeah, I think that's a little out of line,
Ah,
Bill.
okay.
I'm sorry.
all right.
Yeah, he hasn't been charged that I know of. And so anyway, Assemblyperson Bowles, you have a comment?
So I think that, and no disrespect to any assembly members, but to me, neutral person, I think that at this point, it might just be best to send it back to the RSA for rebid, start the process over again, and come back at the assembly clean. This isn't clean right now. And that's, I just think that there's a lot going on here that doesn't have to do with the specific numbers in the contract. And so from a neutral perspective, I think that that's where I'm at on this.
Okay, so are we ready to vote? Okay, all right, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Hold on just a
So
second,
the
Madam
motion is to approve AM 26-033.
If I can get the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Nowers,
Yes?
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Gamble and Nowers voting in support, and Assembly Members McKee, Bernier, and Bowles voting opposed. It requires four votes to pass.
Okay,
It fails.
it failed. Okay, do you want to read the next?
We need to get the other two back in. I think Assemblymember Bowles
Yeah.
has a question.
So does the deputy mayor's
Okay, I
direction,
forgot.
directive now happen? This goes back to the RSA at this point, correct? And
It
fresh
will
rebid
be-
process?
It'll be back to the administration, I think, to whatever they prefer to do. Is that right, Mr. Attorney or Mr. Manager?
Through the mayor to the assembly, we will be rebidding it.
Okay. Okay. Already, we're,
Next item is AM 26041, approval to vacate the 50-foot wide section line easement on the western boundary of Block 6, Lot 6, Giordol Estates, plat number 77-179, located within the Northwest Quarter, Section 15, Township 16 North, Range 3 East, Seward Meridian. It was pulled by Assemblymember Bowles.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was,
You need to move, you move it first, sir.
I move AM 26-041.
Okay, now you can speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this came by request of a fellow resident, District 1. And so what I'd like to do is amend this. So I want to amend AM 26-041 to not approve the vacation of the section line easement at this time. I was contacted by a property owner to the south who accesses his property by foot. This property owner believes that the plating board did not fully consider the implications of the vacation here. My intent is to not approve the vacation of the section line easement and allow the applicant to go back to the plating board if they want to, and have the plating board take up the issue with the additional information. How that exactly happens, I'll leave up to the planning department to arrange with the applicant. I've already spoken with the planning director. He's aware of this. Our task here is to not approve the vacation at this time. I spoke to the borough attorney about how to accomplish this. And the amendment below is to make sure our AM complies with the state law. And I wouldn't mind if our borough attorney, if he can explain further about the wording, if there's any questions. In addition, this matter cannot be simply continued because by state law, the assembly has 30 days to approve or disapprove the vacation after the plating board action. The plating board approved this on April 2nd of this year. If we don't act in 30 days, it's deemed approved by, to vacate the section line. So before I move anything, I think I saw Assemblymember Sumner's hand up, and I'd like to give him the courtesy to speak on this.
Well, sir, you've already moved it, but.
Oh, I mean,
never
before I move the
Yes.
amendment, I haven't moved the amendment yet, so.
Not the amendment, no, right. Mr. Attorney, did you have some comments? No, okay. Assemblyperson Sumner then?
Yeah, I have a few things to say on this. I guess I'm diametrically opposed to Mr. Bowles' intended motion here. I mean, it's a matter of property rights, right? Like we have someone that is, went through the process, the public process. A year and a half, a surveyor was working on this to vacate an easement that was probably erroneously placed there anyway. Whether it's a section line or not, it's kind of moot because it was a plat easement once that plat recorded. But the applicant to vacate this easement, bought a building that is, basically inside of the section line easement, and any public easement would make this, with a setback from the public easement, would make that building non-compliant. What's the term I'm looking for?
Non-conforming.
Yeah, non-conforming, and it would cloud the title. And so, the person that's opposed to it, the property owner behind to the south, the due south, he was at the plotting board hearing. I did watch those minutes. He did speak. The plotting board did make the decision to vacate the easement in spite of his objections. If you look at the topography of this section line easement, the steepest portion is a 45-degree angle. Several hundred feet in several hundred feet, you have several hundred feet of vertical gain. So, I mean, it's not feasible to build a road in there, which is the purpose of a section line easement. And as far as, walking to access your property, the opponent to this vacation, who owns the property to the south, owns the 40-acre parcel that's kitty corner and the 120-acre parcel, or 80-acre parcel, I think, due south. So he can, the easiest way for him to access his property is through his own property, not through this section line easement. And so, I mean, it's a matter of someone's right to walk through this easement, which was public property, and then a person's, the applicant's right to use and enjoy their personal property. And I'm going to support his right to use and enjoy his personal property.
Okay, further discussion. Assemblyperson Bowles, you have your light on, so you go ahead.
Right, so I move to amend AM 26-041 as follows. In the title, to strike the word vacate and replace with the words veto the vacation of, so that the title reads, to veto the vacation of the 50-foot wide section line easement on the western boundary of Block 6, Lot 6, Jordan Estates, plat number 77-179, tax ID number 1343, B as in Bravo, 06, L as in Lima, 006, Alaska, located within the northwest quarter section 15, Township 16 North, Range 03 East, Seward Meridian. Secondary, second section in the summary statement to add another paragraph to read, upon assembly determination, it was decided to veto the vacation at this time and allow the planning board another opportunity to consider the issue. The planning department is directed to coordinate with the applicant and bring the matter back before the planning board if the applicant wishes to do so. The planning department is authorized to waive any additional fees in doing so. And this is not part of the amendment. What the property owner to the south is trying to achieve is just do a partial, basically a partial vacation, so this property owner can actually have their house on their property. It's not an issue. And then also walk on when he bought his property, what he knew to be was an access point, a public access point to the backside of his 120 acres. So,
Okay.
yep.
Okay, so the discussion now is on the amendment. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, as I said, I am opposed to this because the only path, the compromise that's suggested by Mr. Bowles, which is give a pedestrian access easement, from the planning board, would still make this building non-conforming. It would be too close to the setback. It would be, so the only way to clear title, basically have a clear and clean title for this applicant is the vacation that was approved by the planning board. There could be a private easement given to the property owner to the south, which is what I believe that the surveyor may have proposed originally. I think that the property owner to the south doesn't willing to accept that, and it is not the government's place to dictate that you must give a private easement in exchange for this public easement. We can reduce easements, but we can't quid pro quo, so to speak. I don't believe. So I mean, and if you look, is it possible for staff to pull up the topography of this parcel on Parcel Viewer so we can see what we're talking about here?
Madam Mayor.
Can I ask, is the gentleman, and I think it was you, are you Mr. Whaley? Are you Mr. Whaley? Can I ask this gentleman if he's Mr. Whaley? He is, yes, no?
No, not a moment.
Is that?
Madam Mayor.
This?
Yeah,
Oh, the survey, yes.
yeah.
Could I just ask him to come
Is
up
there any
again?
objection from the assembly? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Could I ask Mr. Whaley to come back to the podium, please? Could you?
Yes, yeah, they're asking you to come, please.
I did online,
you
but
do
this
your
is a
name
paper
first,
copy if
please?
you'd like to pass it
Can you
around.
do your name
Oh,
first,
Wayne
please?
Whaley with the
Thank
Valley
you.
North.
Here's this.
But this shows all the property, including the 120
So if
acres.
he forwarded in, I can figure this out.
You're welcome to this copy too.
I guess, can I ask my question of this gentleman?
I'm sorry, we're having a big discussion over here to the
I see
left.
that.
Okay, so he waits just a minute, please. They're trying to pull up but did he show you what?
He did. My question is really simple. I mean, I've heard all this stuff. I've read through this stuff. Are you for it or against it?
Did you have a question, you said?
That was my question.
Yeah.
So having read all of this stuff, listened to all of this stuff, do you want this particular thing to be voted up or down? You like it or you don't? Are you for it or against it?
For this one they're doing now?
Yeah.
No, it's all this work we've done, and it's really not a feasible easement anyway, so, no, it needs
So
to go
no.
back to just being a regular vacation.
So 830 feet down to 400 feet.
Especially the fact that I opened up that there is no section line easements on these properties, so that's what made it a platted easement at that point. you can see the platting roads were designed to fit the topography. You guys find that?
Madam Mayor.
Okay, cool. Pretty close.
Assemblyperson Fauna?
Mr. Wayne, can I ask you a quick question? When we're looking at the lot, I think it's the lot 5A. So, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, bottom left corner. So,
Or this one. Yeah.
so the argument kind of defeats its purpose if that section line easement along lot 6, that directly does not give access to lot A5. Is that correct?
Correct. It only touches B20 or whatever the one to the east is. It's just catty cornered, so it doesn't have physical,
And
doesn't touch it physically.
and then to the right, lot B2 already has road access to it, right?
They get their access off the platted right of way that was designed on the plat there on South Ben Hur Drive.
So does it, so if that easement as it currently sits does not give access to lot 5A, but the other lot already has access, that seems like there's maybe a bad neighbor history, animosity, somebody who does not want the lot cleared. And I'm trying to understand if it doesn't benefit that lot, what they're saying they need to have access to, it doesn't even make sense to allow them to keep that easement because they already have access to it. And if they want to actually on more topography better area, they can actually access that lot through the lot that lot B2 that actually has a road access and be able to have access to the other lot, correct?
Yeah. I built a lot of highways. I worked construction for a while. I'd take a 200-foot wide right of way there with dynamite to even think about attacking this mountain. And I just don't think anybody's going to do that. And I've been around dynamite. We've dynamited granite tunnels down there. You see them I mean, you can't get through this stuff. That's why I pulled up the well log for you guys, because it's bedrock at 20 feet at his house. It's probably bedrock at 5 feet there.
Can you give us perspective in regards to how many story building is that hill and how steep it is so that we just have an idea?
Well, I figured the grade on that steep part was 32%. And I was trying to remember if that was 100 foot of rise.
It's about 100, yeah.
I don't have it handy. I did figure that grade on that little steep stretch. And it
It's
was
about 100 feet.
32%.
Okay, so it's about 10-story building, right? If it's 10-foot ceiling in each.
You have the numbers on there. These are 1 foot contour. They're either
2
1 or
foot.
2 foot
They're two.
contours. So if you can calculate, it goes from 430 to I think it rises about 30 or 40 feet in that, just that last little back of his lot there. I'm having a hard time reading those numbers, but it goes from 430 up to almost 460, I think.
In the short stretch that where it's really
pretty
steep, it
short
looks like
stretch,
a
yeah.
100 steep
It's like
going
the-
from 396 to about 493. So right around 100 foot up very
Yeah.
steep. Okay. So yeah, I
And
don't
if you
think
look
there's.
at A5, it's really steep. The neighbors have a switchback driveway to get to their property, and they're at the base of this thing. Yeah, his best access is along the upper side of his lot, with the grades are a little bit mellower. But I know he hasn't, I don't believe he's been walking across this property.
I don't
to
think so.
get
I think
to
it'd
his
take a
property.
professional hiker with a harness gear.
I was dreading going
find
up
that.
and getting the brass cap up at the top of that lot for Mr. Callaway. You know, take GPS and crawl up the side of that hill to get to it.
Thank you. I think you answered.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Yeah,
I
no, I was just.
I don't think we should be trying, I don't think we should be trying to be the plating board with the detailed questions about the the property topography. But I guess I just had a question, and maybe Mr. Bowles could answer, because I heard Mr. Callaway testify, and I thought he said he didn't have a problem with it going back to the plating board.
Go ahead, Assemblyperson Bowles.
So first, I want to go back and address Mr. Fawnoff. So this is not a bad neighbor. This is a man, a fellow resident that owns 120 acres, that when he bought that 120 acres, it was his understanding that that is a section line easement that he can use to access his property. And that's all he's trying to do. And he's absolutely willing to compromise. He just wants to be able to walk that trail. That's it. So I want to make that very clear on the record that this is not a bad neighbor. He's actually a very good man. He just wants to be able to access that part of his property and on that section line easement, because that's how it was when he bought it. To address Ms. Nauer's question, I don't want to speak for, and I'm sorry, I forget your name, the other property owner. It's up to him. I mean, I guess if it's okay, he can come to the podium and say whether or not he's willing to have this go back to the plating board. I don't want to speak for him, but this is simply a case of a guy who owns property above another guy's property, and he's owned this property for over 10 years now, and it's been his understanding that that is access to his property. And he's not asking to ride ATVs. He's not asking to put a road in. He knows a road can't go in. He just wants to access it by foot. That's it. If it's not legal, it's not legal. Put it down. I'm just bringing this to the dais on his behalf. So.
Assemblyperson, let me see, Assemblyperson Nowers, do you have follow-up?
No.
Okay. So Assemblyperson Sumner and then Assemblyperson Fano.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Mr. Bowles said this is simply a neighbor wanting to access his property, but accessing his property is going through someone else's property. I would say this is actually just simply a guy that wants to have clear and clean title for his building and have it in compliance. And that's why he's invested probably thousands of dollars in a year and a half of surveyor's time to get this done. It has gone through the public process. The neighbor in opposition did have his chance to speak to the plating board. He is not here tonight. And I would say we should not veto this vacation. We should allow this vacation to proceed.
Deputy Mayor, will you extend, please, again?
I move to extend the meeting to 10:45.
You're an eternal optimist here. Is there any objection to extending it to 10:45? Okay, don't see it. Assemblyperson Fano.
Okay, if I misspoke because English is my second language, I didn't mean like a bad neighbor, because I understand he just recently bought the property, so not bad neighbor, but I'm saying there is maybe resistance from a neighbor to not get the other one in compliance, because realistically, like I said, nobody is walking that mountain. That was, if I misspoke, I apologize, but I meant that it's not like two bad neighbors, but I think there is resistance from a neighbor. If he was a good neighbor in the previous, before even this owner took over, according to a surveyor, that owner, who is not here today, on the south lot, he was offered a private easement, meaning they are able to still access it through that point, and he was not willing to take that, and that would have benefited exactly for that purpose. He's in standing, so that means there's a double standard. Now we know that it doesn't actually give access to the lot, to lot A2. I do think there is maybe some, not going to call it bad neighbor. Anyways, so last thing I want to say is that the plating board unanimously heard argument from both sides, and they unanimously voted that that easement should be vacated, and I want to support them in that.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, we have a primary amendment. Everyone, I think we have an objection to the primary amendment, Madam.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the primary amendment. Okay. Oh, you know why? Because I turn you and Fanoff off. So if I can get everybody If I can get you guys to go ahead and vote again, please. Assemblymember Bernier. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Bowles in support.
Okay, now we're back to the main motion. Further discussion, we're ready to vote. Is there objection? No objection? Okay. So then, do we have any objection to passing the motion? Okay. So then AM 26-041 has been approved. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Introductions for public hearing on May 5th is ordinance 26047 with accompanying resolution 2632, ordinance 2649 with accompanying resolution 2635, and for public hearing on April 23rd, April 28th, and April 30th is ordinance 2626.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for May 5th, 2026, April 23rd, 2026, April 28th, 2026, and April 30th, 2026, respectively.
Did I leave that out?
It says 23.
Okay, is there discussion? Anybody, any objection? If hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Deputy Mayor, vacancy report.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Andrea Larson, Bruce Webb. Board of Ethics, Skylar DeBoer. Labor Relations Board, Danielle Kerfeld. Westlakes FSA number 136, Jessica Warner. Greater Willow RSA number 20, William Brewer.
Okay. Discussion on the appointments to the boards and commissions. Any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the vacancy report has been approved. There is no other new business, there are no referrals, and the reconsideration is null and void. So we are to assembly comments. Assembly Person Nowers, parting comments, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the testimony tonight on the Caswell dogs, and that I think that as much as I would like to pronounce a verdict on that, I don't know that as assembly members that we are able to do that without a full investigation to get to that. So I want to acknowledge that I've heard what people are saying. I'm listening to that, and what I hear is disturbing, and the loss of those dogs is just a complete tragedy. But I don't. I think I hope folks understand that to be fair, to sit up there and say the buck stops here, we need to hear the answers from the investigation and what steps we can take at that point. So I guess I'm asking for patience on that as well. I also just want to acknowledge that we've got the budget hearings coming up. There's a lot of things happening at the state level with oil prices, watching that, and I've also received lots of emails and testimony on the schools. I would still like to see us be able to keep those schools open for a year. I realize things have moved forward on that, but I felt like that was really the fair thing to the community, to have them come up with solutions and be part of the process to come up with those solutions. I think we've been packing this room at the assembly to the point where we barely get to our business before we have to extend the meeting, and I think it says something to me that's different in the 6 previous years I've been on the assembly. So I really strongly believe in public involvement, and I think just making sure that we are are doing that part. And on schools, I'd like to see the public have a chance, because I don't think they really got it on the schools, and I don't think that's a good thing, even if the result ends up being the same at the end. So anyways, thank you, everybody, and hope everyone has a good rest of the night.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, parting comments?
Other than just to let Assembly Members Sumner and Fauna remember, the clerk turned off your voting thing here in a couple weeks during her eval. So. No comments.
Parting comments, Assemblyperson McKee?
I'd just like to say regarding the dog thing, I am so tenderhearted. I'm probably cry. I won't do that. When I would read him Bambi, I would always leave out the part about the forest and the mother getting killed. And when they did where the red fern grows, I would always leave that part out because I couldn't bear to read it because it would make me cry. This was the awfulest experience I ever expect to have. And I'm glad everyone came and said what they said, because it needs to be said. So I just want to apologize for being very transparently sad about that. I don't think I have to apologize because I think people understand, but still I shouldn't have bawled like a baby at the dais. Anyway, thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner, parting comment?
Yeah, I have two things to talk about. I think that, one of the worst parts of what's going on with school closures is, right now, the potential school closures right now is that people don't really know what's happening. And it is my intent at the very first budget deliberation, where we can bring amendments to talk about the school district funding. And I think we owe it to the public to deal with it that day, and one way or the other, set a number for school district funding, and then not, revisit it multiple times throughout the budget process, so that people actually have some direction, when they know whether their kids are going to go to school the next year, or they can begin planning for that. Other than that, it was really, really gut wrenching to hear about the Caswell dogs, and then to hear all the testimony again. It was just gut wrenching all over, the pointlessness of it, and the fact that it was avoidable, and as Mr. Brown, our manager, said, this was avoidable, or we could and we should do better. And I'm really glad to see that Mr. Brown, it's the same thing I thought. We need an independent outside look at this, a review. But I think we also need something more than that. And it's my intent to propose to the rest of you guys, maybe right now, that we, because I don't understand all the code for kennel laws, and I don't understand all the policies with animal control. I think we should perhaps stand up a citizens advisory board for what we need to change in the kennel laws and licensing and the animal control policies to make sure this never happens again, and also have some stakeholder input from the public. I don't know what the process for that would be, so I guess that's a question for the clerk.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Sumner, you could definitely direct staff to create a resolution for a temporary board, if that's what you, and then it looks like
that is my intent.
Mr. Spiropoulos has something to add.
The Animal Care and Regulation Board has advisory functions to advise the mayor, manager, and assembly members on matters affecting animal care and regulatory services in the borough, including program evaluation, implementation, recommendations, borough-related elements, and proposed legislation and recommendation. So if you have something specific in mind, you can always refer it to the board and make a request to them. They're already there.
I'm thinking we need a different citizen board that also encompasses kennel owners and mushers. But maybe I'll deal with this later. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of laws on the books as far as the kennel license and stuff like that goes. But I just have a feeling that maybe some management in animal control needs to be taken a really good look at. I know 6 months ago, a year ago, a neighbor of mine, his dog got impounded. And he's 83, 84 years old. And I went down there with him. And we get to to animal control and go in, and there's a sign that says you have to make an appointment to come in to animal control. When I was years ago, I'd take the kids to animal control just to for something to do, show them the dogs and stuff, and it kind of got, the control of it was not what it used to be at all, where you had to make an appointment to come in, you were not treated the way I remember being treated and greeted or anything like that. And I was not really satisfied when I was there. And I just bit my tongue. Bob got his dog back, paid the fines and stuff, and but I think we need to take a strong look at that. It's devastating what the evil that has been done to the dogs, to the community, it's just evil. And I just want everybody to pray for our borough, the healing, pray for people to be able to take care of their animals, their loved ones, even the broken, the poor, the addicted, everyone. There needs to be a lot more love in this world. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Parting comments, sir? Parting comments, ma'am? Parting comments, Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've got a couple of things here. So, first, and they'll probably involve the borough attorney. So I'd like to direct the borough manager in two directions. First is to immediately remove that book from circulation in every borough library. That book titled, Let's Talk About It. There is no way that passes the Miller test. The Miller test is the test that has been recognized by our courts, and that book is absolutely obscene. Absolutely 100% obscene, and that book needs to be removed immediately from every library that's in the borough, and it needs to happen tomorrow. And the second, or borough's attorneys, no?
The assembly can take a vote on what they want. We've had many, many, many discussions on the process and how this goes. I'm not going to get into a public discussion about the Miller test. I will tell you, not a single librarian in the entire United States of America has been charged with violating, based on any book, the Miller test.
Okay, so I move. I guess I need to make a motion. Is that true? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that this particular book be removed from circulation by end of day tomorrow. Titled Let's Talk About It by Erica Nolan.
Okay, so.
And I'll ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor now. Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the attorney. Nick, it's my understanding that you can prevent a book from going into the library, but once it's in there, taking it out could present some definite legal issues for us and may set us up for a lawsuit. And I agree with you 110%. But I think we may be putting the borough at risk by doing that. I just want some legal opinion here.
Mr. Attorney?
Again, this is an issue that if the assembly wants a legal opinion as to the ins and outs, I can certainly write a memo for you. It's not something I should probably be talking about publicly, because if actions subject the borough to liability, I, of course, have to defend the actions of the borough assembly, no matter what they are.
Okay, Assemblyperson Summer, go ahead.
I'd propose an amendment pending that memo, or to postpone pending that memo from the attorney.
What day?
Borough attorney, how long do you need to give us that memo?
I'll try to get it out in the next week. Actually, I could probably get it out by the end of this week, or Monday of next week. So next meeting.
Next meeting.
Next regular meeting, not because we have a meeting Thursday.
Next regular meeting.
So what day did we say?
It would be May 5th.
Okay. There's an amendment on the floor for May 5th. Discussion on the amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Bowles.
So secondary amendment, and I could support that, but I'll ask that we also add that in the meantime, that the book at least be pulled from the shelves and not made available until this memorandum has been received by the assembly members and assessed and voted on. So not pulled from circulation, just pulled from the public. Put in a storage room. So it's still technically in circulation, but it's just physically not able to be checked out. One less kid that gets a hold of this, the better.
Okay, so that's the secondary amendment. Discussion on the secondary amendment. Assemblyperson Faunoff.
I think this is something that we've talked and I try to approach thing, and just at the closing comments to try to create a policy that potentially sets us up for some kind of liability. I cannot support that. I would encourage parents who take their kids to the library, watch what they check out, do the right thing, filter that. But I think this will take a lot more time and approach to approach it correctly. I'm happy to work with anyone on this issue, but just based on emotions, making a direction like that could potentially have more consequences than just feel good moments. So I cannot support that.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment?
Probably not on the
Secondary
amendment.
amendment? Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I think I'd wait for the borough attorney's memo before we took any action.
Okay. I remove my secondary amendment. I can support that.
Is there objection?
Is there objection to the pulling? Okay. Pardon?
My secondary, yeah, I can support that.
Secondary amendment, not the primary one.
But you still have to ask if there's objection when you're withdrawing something, because
Yes.
it then belongs to everybody.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any objection that I see anyway. Okay. Ready, so now we're back to the primary amendment to setting it until the 5th of May, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Is there objection to that primary amendment? Okay, so that, I don't see an objection to that. So now we're back to the main motion.
You've already postponed that main motion to May 5th.
Okay, so that, we don't have to vote on it even though, okay. It just takes.
It's an open motion. That motion's going to be on the April 5th agenda, and then it will be under unfinished business.
Under Fisher, okay. We're ready? Assemblyperson Bowles, you want to continue with your parting remarks?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. In the second part, second directive, again, attorney, please correct me if I cannot do this, but Borough Code 24.05.100, protective custody alpha reads, the chief animal care and regulation officer may authorize taking an animal into borough protective custody when necessary to preserve the animal's health or safety. That was not done, and there is an active investigation. And under Administrative Code Title II, AAC 08.095, the state does allow use of leave without pay. And I would like the borough manager to put this particular employee on leave without pay until this investigation is complete. Based off of everything we heard tonight, we had people that were witnesses. We had people that reached out. We had people that tried to intervene, tried to provide services to these animals. What happened could have been avoided. Hands down, could have been avoided. And ultimate responsibility falls on the person that was charged. But we, the borough staff, had a responsibility, and they were provided many opportunities from everything that these witnesses told us. And I think that this is enough of a serious event that this warrants leave without pay during the investigation. Once the investigation is complete, and if this particular employee is found to have not been in violation of his duties, then he can be paid, back paid. But I think that we really need to look at this as the level of seriousness as it is. This is just absolutely terrible.
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, and I agree with the seriousness in this tragedy, but it's been a long-standing policy of the Assembly not to interfere with the manager and how he conducts personnel issues. And I wholeheartedly trust that Mike will do the investigation externally, internally, all of that, and that he will handle the situation as a manager should. And I think that we need to stay out of it. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Let me get some more people to say something first. Deputy Mayor.
I move to extend the meeting till 10:52.
10:52, okay. Let's see, Assemblyperson Sumner, did you have your hand up regarding the?
Yeah, I think that we, there's above the line, below the line, right? Personnel issues are the purview of the manager and at his discretion. I think that he is more aware of the situation than because we haven't gotten a full report yet. And I think we have the right man for the job in the manager, and I trust his decision-making in this regard. So I would leave it to him. I think he has heard the same testimony we have. And if in his review he believes that that's warranted, then he will make that decision.
Assemblyperson McKee.
I think all those wonderful people out there who showed up tonight and poured their heart out, they deserve something from tonight's meeting. And so I like the idea of administrative leave, the idea that this man can make another nickel off this. If he's, you know what, you said, if he's not guilty, he'll get his pay back. But for right now, I'm going to swear, I better not. There needs to be something that just hits him right in the headlights. So I would support this administrative leave. People asked for it. They deserve something from us tonight. That's all we can give at this point. Thanks.
Okay, further discussion? Anybody else that hasn't spoken yet? No? Okay, go ahead, sir.
So I agree. Mike is outstanding manager, hands down. No doubt. No, this isn't about Mike's job or his level of skill in this position. This is about us policymakers, us on the dais, taking what we've heard today and the information that we have. And in my opinion, it's serious enough at this point to put this employee on leave without pay until the investigation is complete, because there is a possibility that this could happen again during this investigation. So that's where I'm coming from at this.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Attorney.
Obviously, the Assembly can vote how you can vote. Two things to keep in mind. One, you hire and fire 3 employees, the manager, the clerk, and the attorney. 2, there is a collective bargaining agreement that this Assembly has approved and this Assembly must honor. Sitting right here, right now, I don't know enough whether to know your intended action violates that agreement. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I cannot answer that question, but I will tell you we're bound by that agreement. Third, the Alaska Administrative Code does not apply to the Mat-Su Borough.
Right.
It applies to the state. But that's besides the point, because it doesn't really matter, because our code likewise could authorize, the manager can authorize leave without pay. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, we will do what you say do.
Yeah, I agree with the attorney regarding the administrative code. And honestly, how do you know the name of the person? We've heard accusations from the public, but I don't know the name of the person. How can we ask? I don't know. How many people do they have employed there, right? So, yeah, go ahead, sir.
Might as well wade in.
Yes, right.
So through the mayor to the Assembly, I would say this is highly unusual, and I'm just going to say it, I think not where you need to be. You just said you're policymakers. And you have no idea at this point if that employee was told by a supervisor to let things go. And I'm not suggesting that happened, okay?
Right.
I'm just saying you don't know. I don't know that. I get it. The ramifications of reacting to public outcry every time somebody shows up and complains about something, to then take a targeted action by a group of policymakers for individual employees, I don't even want to put a word on it because then Amy will have it in the paper tomorrow. So I'll just say I don't think it's a good idea. I just think it's a terrible practice. Like,
Yeah.
what is the need to rush to judgment if it's just to assuage people's emotions? I get that. Everyone's uncomfortable right now. And I'm trying to recognize that. Like, I know it's heartbreaking. I know it's highly emotional. I'm just saying, let's let it run its course. Like, I'm sitting here telling the community, have a little patience. Let's run its course. And then we're going to knee jerk from the dais. Like, I don't get it. And if you're unsatisfied with the way I'm handling it, I will own that.
Okay. Somebody for some moles and then
Madam-
on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yep, this is more of we don't want this happening again as this investigation is ongoing. This investigation can take 6 months.
Yeah, and then he's making money.
And-
Yeah, but you don't know that the code wasn't followed, sir.
I understand. But it's pretty evident those animals could have been rescued. It's evident. Those animals could have been rescued. They sat there for 6 weeks without any attention after the last time that officer went. That's evident. So that's my concern, is that if that employee is still working and this happens again, I mean,
So,
I understand where the
with-
manager's coming from, Madam Mayor, I understand where you're coming from, but I think that this is a serious, very, very serious situation.
That's-
Very, very serious.
you
And-
are absolutely right, sir. It is very serious, and what you're trying to do is very serious. We could end up with a lawsuit that would close the borough doors by putting somebody on administrative leave that we don't have authority for and is falsely accused.
So I'm not accusing anybody of anything. What I'm saying is there is enough information already that I think it would be smart for the borough to, at a minimum, pull this employee back at a minimum to ensure that nothing else like this can happen during the investigative process. My opinion is there should be leave without pay. That's been my experience in the past. I've been in government work for a long time. If the borough's not comfortable with that, but what happened, and what we've heard tonight, other, people that have reached out to us, is many, many, many people in the community gave opportunities. They went over there. They tried to help. They went to that officer. They said, let me give them dogs hay, food, water. And yes, I understand that that person may have been directed by higher staff not to do that. If that's the case, then that's the case. But I'm just reading what I read here in chapter 24 under protective custody. And so this isn't, maybe it's D-jerk. I think that, in cases like this, we really, I don't know. I think that we need to be very careful. So that's where I stand on this. It's not a lack of faith in our manager. It's not, or anything like that. And yet maybe I am overstepping. Maybe I'm stepping out of my lane. Yep, I agree. I can agree with that. But
Yeah.
I just at least want to get it on the record that I think that would be an appropriate action.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
I would just say through the mayor, I would say, I think it's okay to suggest that you have reservations about the staff member overseeing active cases while the investigation's ongoing. And I think you could just say that in closing comments and be done. But to make a motion to direct it is a totally different action. Right? Like, I think it's fair to express those concerns. I've thought about it tonight after listening. I don't know what I'm going to do with that because I would like to talk to some others before I react to that at 10:50 at night. But that to me is a more appropriate way to handle it than to make a motion and start directing administrative actions like that. I'm just like, I can appreciate that you want to be able to express your concerns, and make it known how serious you feel or how grave you feel it is, I think that's okay. Like, I think we're all feeling that and trying to figure out how do we navigate that. I just think there's a difference between making a motion up here on the dais versus, hey, can we take a look at that? And then it gives me some latitude to navigate it.
Okay, Fauna.
Madam Mayor.
Had his hand, oh, okay, Stephanie. Oh, we extend the meeting again.
I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Only
11 o'clock.
We'll be doing this again.
We have a motion on the floor and 3 people lined up to talk.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Okay. Okay. Is there any objection to 11:15?
No.
Okay, so I think we have Nowers, Fauna, and Sumner. And maybe she's got her light on?
Yeah. I'm ready
Okay,
to roll.
so, okay. Go ahead.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with the comments about overstepping and leaving that to the manager. I do think the public is looking for accountability and an answer, and they want that to come from outside the borough. I have heard that, and so I think what Mr. Sumner was suggesting, that we have a body that is outside the borough that involves the community that looks at this, is something we can do. And I do think that Animal Care and Regulation Board is there, but I would like to see, and I'm not going to make any pronouncements at this hour, but for sure I have heard the need for an external body to look at this that assures the community it has been fully investigated. So that's my suggestion, and we'll be pursuing that at a different time when it's not this late.
But Stephanie, if you read what the manager has put out already, that there will be that external investigation also. That's already out to the public. So, Assemblyperson
Yes,
Fowler?
and I agree. And I think the public will need to hear the details of how that's being conducted.
Yep.
In terms of who does it and that sort of thing.
Yep, well, yeah, that will become forth. Fauna? Yes, no?
I want to let Mickey talk first, and I'll close the short at the end.
I got to tell you something that really sticks in my craw, and it really does. I'm sure it does with everyone. While this fill in the blank continues to collect a salary for however how long this can go on, is there any way we can say, you jerk, we're going to take away everything we gave you for the last 6 months while we investigated? Because we can't. I mean, if we put him on administrative leave, we can always give him the money if he's innocent, but we can't take it back if we gave it to him. Is that right? I think that I will defer ultimately to you, Mike, because I absolutely trust you and have for all the years I've known you and that George knew you. Feel so strongly about this that there's got to be some way to make this guy hurt. Sorry about that, but yeah. Oh dear, it's that good thing that I almost said another word. That somebody didn't call me, because I'd have been out there and I'd have violated the law to get those dogs out of there. So I'll defer to Mike, but I want to be on record. I would do anything that we could do that is legally possible for us to do if this person is guilty, to keep him from benefiting further.
Okay, so let's see. Fauna, if you still...
Yeah.
You're ready, or...
I had plenty of phone conversations throughout this week about this case, and I wasn't going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. I do think I'm going to look at it from emotionless position, as I do have high confidence in the manager, what he decides to do to support his decision. That is in his department. Manager has announced it a couple days ago, I think, that the external investigation is to take place. We need to let that problem. I'll tell you, I don't think any of us would trade rooms with the people who are accused, or even with that officer. They have a lot that they deal with. So, and one thing I honor about the system where we live here in the country, which I'm proud to be part of, is we we have a process. And even in the worst horrendous cases, person has chance to speak up, whether it's the officer throughout the investigation or the people that even got arrested today. And I'd like to have that system work in regardless how saddened the situation is with the innocent until proven guilty. So I would say let the motion set aside and let the managers do his job. And hopefully we don't have to extend the meeting any longer.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
I call the question.
Okay. Is there an objection to calling the question? Yes, we do have an objection, so we need to vote on calling the question.
I can get the members in the room to vote on calling the question to stop debate.
I raise my hand.
Oh, he raised his hand to speak, not to object, Madam Mayor. So you might want to ask if there's if there's
okay.
objection.
All right. So is there an objection to calling the question? Keep your hand in your pocket or something. It goes like this. That's supposed to me. The other side down here said you don't pay enough attention to me when I'm trying to wave to you. So anyway. Okay, so there's no objections to calling the question. So Madam Clerk.
Now we're on the vote to directing the manager to place the employee on leave without pay. And if I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on that motion.
Would you say that again? I was thinking of something else.
We are on the motion to direct the manager to put the employee on leave without pay. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember McKee and Bowles in support.
Okay. Now, was there another motion there regarding the 5-5? We voted on that, right? So that the report on the 5-5. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, and you want to finish your parting comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was actually going to say before that I've heard everybody, and if it's inappropriate, then I'll pull back my motion, but I voted for it anyways. So, point was made. So, completely understand. Mike, if I stepped in your lane, I'm not trying to do your job. I apologize. I just wanted to get out there how I feel about this, and I think many people feel. So my closing is great meeting. I want to put this out there that a lot of people showed up very concerned with the loss of life. And so something that's very important to me is saving lives, and specifically lives in the womb. This Saturday, March 25th, is the annual March for Life in Anchorage, starting at noon at Anchorage Lutheran Church. I hope everybody will join me. It's a very, very important thing that we stand up for the unborn. And with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve you, District 1. It's a privilege, and I appreciate it. Thank you for putting me in the seat.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting remarks there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just wanted to echo what Assemblymember Fonoff said about, our judicial system was founded on innocent until proven guilty. And I know, Dee, I know how painful it is. Believe me, everybody in here was torn up over the testimony and the pictures and everything that we've been reading for a while. Years ago, and Stephanie's the only person that I heard refer to it as animal care instead of animal control. Everybody tonight was saying animal control, but years ago, this Assembly and Administration changed the name from animal control to animal care to reflect the values that this borough feels about animals and about our pets. And I've had them all my life. I've had pets. And so to see something like this happen, I mean, it just absolutely tears me up. And just looking at you brings tears to my eyes, Dee. So I know Mike's on it. I know we're going to get an investigation, and we'll get the truth out there, and we'll do right by the public. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Assemblyperson Fonoff, parting remarks.
Life is life, regardless of what it is, and I support life. And thank you, Mr. Bowles, for stating your position. So I hope we stand for life, regardless of what it is. That's all I have.
Okay. So without any Without any objection, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:59.
But you could have done 11.
He could have done 11, you're right.